Is back after a short recess for our final public hearing of the day. And before we begin that public hearing, just a few announcements. As I stated at the beginning of today's public hearings, due to a staff procedural error, all public hearings that were held on July 16th, 2024, Board of Supervisors meeting, including the public hearing on data centers, must be reheard today. And I want to reiterate that all testimony received on July 16th will be included and is included as part of the record of today's public hearings for the board's consideration. Having said that, the board invites the testimony of all who wish to speak on this matter, regardless of whether you testified on July 16th or not. So I just want to reiterate that if you did already testify, we have that information for the record, but anyone is able to testify as well today. And so with that, I am going to call our final public hearing of the day, which is a public hearing on proposed zoning ordinance amendments regarding data centers. And I will now, at this time, recognize county staff for a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Carmen Bishop in the Zoning Administration Division, and I'm joined by Leslie Johnson, Zoning Administrator, Tracy Strunk, Director of the Department of Planning and Development. I'm also joined by Corinne Bebeck, Senior Planner, and Katie Herman, Branch Chief in the Planning Division with DPD. The proposed amendment revises the permissions and the use-specific standards to strengthen the requirements for data centers for compatibility with surrounding uses and to address noise and building design. Various ranges and options are included in the text in the staff report, and where options are presented, staff recommends option 1, and that's the option that I'll be highlighting in this presentation. So beginning with the permissions and starting with that top table for the conventional districts, the amendment adds an SE for the I-4, I-5, and I-6 districts. And this is going to pair with some additional use standards that I'll be going over in just a moment and would allow for certain of those standards to be modified with a special exception. And then moving to the bottom table with the planned districts, the amendment removes the allowance for a data center in the PRC district. There are no existing or planned data centers in the PRC, and the only other industrial uses allowed are craft beverage production and small-scale production, and both of those can have a customer focus that would be compatible with the town center and convention conference center areas. And then the permissions are also revised in PDC and PTC to require an SE, and this is because the proffers sometimes broadly allow all or most of the uses allowed in the district, and so this will ensure that that location has been planned for a data center. Now moving into the use-specific standards, the first standard that we have requires the enclosure of equipment, and this standard is proposed to be revised. The revised standard would apply in all zoning districts where data centers are allowed, including the I-4, I-5, and I-6. The purpose is stated to mitigate visual and noise impacts. It'll apply to all HVAC and power equipment, including your backup generators and accessory electrical substations. The standard is also revised to acknowledge that it isn't always mechanically feasible to enclose all types of cooling systems, and if that is the case, then a screening wall would still be required to provide that visual and noise mitigation. For the C3 and C4 districts, the maximum size of 40,000 square feet is retained, but the amendment proposes to remove the allowance for a larger size with the repurposing of an existing building. The I-4 district is proposed to be added to the standard that currently applies to I-2 and I-3, and this limits the maximum size to 80,000 square feet. And like with the C3 and C4, the allowance for a larger size with repurposing is removed. Now, in all 5 of these districts, a larger size would be allowed with special exception approval. And I do want to add to that, actually I'm going to go back and say, no maximum size is proposed in the I-5 and the I-6, and this is in order to encourage data centers to locate in those heavier industrial districts. All right, so moving on to the minimum distances. We have a minimum distance from the building and any equipment from a nearby residential lot line. So this will apply to a residential zoning district, even if the property is not developed with a residential use, and to a property developed with a residential use, even if it is zoned to another district. The text includes a 200-foot minimum distance from residential for the building and the equipment, but provides for consideration of up to 500 feet. The Planning Commission recommended 200 feet for the building and 500 feet for the equipment, unless that equipment is located on the other side of the building from the residential. The amendment also includes a minimum distance of 1/2 mile from a metro station and provides for consideration of up to 1 mile, and the Planning Commission did recommend that 1 mile. And then both of these minimum distances from residential and from metro could be reduced with a special exception. Now, of course, the zoning district setbacks, they continue to apply as well, and transitional screening. And transitional screening was updated earlier this year to require 50 feet of transitional screening between industrial and residential uses, and this is the largest transitional screening yard that we have in the zoning ordinance. The proposed amendment includes submission requirements for a noise study, and this would be submitted with a rezoning or special exception, and then also with before site plan approval. So this will apply to by right development as well. And then a post-construction study would be required before issuance of the certificate of occupancy. The proposed amendment includes building design standards for a by right development with a main entrance feature, facade variation, and fenestration. And then a more flexible provision would apply with a rezoning or special exception where architectural renderings could be submitted for review. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any questions of staff? Any questions of staff? Supervisor Alcorn.
Thank you. Question first for Carmen. So I have a question relating to, has been called grandfathering. We're not trying to use that word. We're trying not to use that in a word anymore, but exemptions for, and I want to ask specifically about the Planning Commission recommendation. How many proposed data centers would be, quote unquote, in play or have to come into compliance with the zoning ordinance amendment, assuming we adopt something today, that are currently under review by LDS?
Sure. The Planning Commission, it did recommend provisions relating to previous approvals to be added to what's Appendix 1 of the zoning ordinance. And so currently there are 6 applications that have been accepted, and they're in the review queue, but they haven't been yet approved.
Okay. And of those 6, how many are potentially, at least, depending upon what is adopted, non-conforming? Let's say if we did, the 1 mile from metro as recommended by the Planning Commission, and also the setback from residential.
Sure. And actually, I want to qualify a little bit. When I say there are 6, that's 6 that don't have any kind of previous approval for a data center.
Right.
So there are others at play, but they have some kind of previous approval already.
Okay.
Excuse me. So for the distance from metro, of the 6, there is 1 that would be, it's between a 1/2 mile and a mile. So it wouldn't meet the mile.
How about distance from residential?
And of that, based on the information that I have, and some of that is information that's been provided by an applicant's engineer or attorney, it's not necessarily reflected on the plan that I've been able to review yet, but I believe there's just 1 that would require either special exception or a redesign because it clearly would not meet the distance.
Okay, but just to be clear, for all 6, they would still be subject to the enclosure screening, the noise study, and then the building design requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so quick question for the county attorney. In terms of the board's discretion, do we have the legislative discretion to adopt either the Planning Commission recommendation on exemptions, or to do none at all? Or something perhaps in between, but let's just say Planning Commission or no, none.
Supervisor Alcorn, yes, it's a decision that's within the board's legislative discretion. It's a policy decision driven in part by policy and partly by precedent. But yes, it is within your discretion to make that determination.
Okay, thanks. So just as a heads up, this is something I'm going to be listening for during the public hearing as a policy decision that will affect the way I vote. So thank you.
And I know we may have a number of questions after the testimony, but before I call the first speaker, I do want to record set one thing I think that's important, because I get asked by a lot of folks about why we're here today. And that wasn't really covered in the presentation, so I want to restate why we're here today. It's clear, as more requests for data centers have come in to the region, and it's very clear to all of us what was happening in our neighboring jurisdictions, especially in Loudoun and Prince William County, that we had concern over data centers. And the process here was launched on May 9th, 2023, on my motion for us to look into this issue, supported by Supervisor Smith and Supervisor Stork, at which time the board directed staff to research and provide recommendations of best practice regarding data centers. We launched this process again because of what we were seeing in neighboring jurisdictions, and to quote one of my neighboring chair colleagues, you guys are very lucky to get ahead of something that we wish we would have had an opportunity to go back and set forth the type of conditions that you're looking at in Fairfax County now in our jurisdictions. In accordance with that direction, an interagency staff team, with the assistance of an independent third-party consultant, researched data centers, met with numerous stakeholders, and provided a report to the Board of Supervisors on January 9th of 2024 of best practice. The proposed zoning ordinance amendment is based on the research included in the data centers report and recommendations, the discussion at the board's Land Use Policy Committee meeting on March 12th, 2024, and staff's further research and outreach. On March 19th of 2024, on my motion, with Supervisor Smith and Jimenez, the board directed staff to prepare a zoning ordinance amendment to strengthen the current provisions for data centers and authorize the scheduling of public hearings on an amendment before the board in July of 2024, which of course happened, and now because of an error in the advertisement, we are here again to rehear this zoning ordinance amendment. This did not happen because of an application. This did not happen because of industry. This happened because we were concerned about what was happening around us, and we wanted to get ahead of a problem. I have seen a lot of information out there that is just factually incorrect, and I just want to make sure everybody in this auditorium knows the board voluntarily wanted to look at this issue and develop recommendations because our ordinance is void of very specific recommendations dealing with data centers in Fairfax County. So we are attempting to get ahead of a particular problem. And I'll have more comments later on that, but I think it's important for everybody to understand why we are here today. And it is simply because we want to put in place protections for data centers in Fairfax County and not repeat the challenges that have been faced in neighboring Prince William and Loudoun counties. And by order of magnitude, we have 3 million square feet of data centers in Fairfax County. There are 40 million in Loudoun County. So I think it's important for us to understand we're not here fixing necessarily a problem the same way Loudoun is. We are attempting to get ahead of a situation and protect our residents in the best way, the fairest way practical. And the board asked for this. We wanted this input. We want the best product as a result of testimony that we're going to hear today. And so with that, we are going to move into the public hearing. I have 55 speakers who have signed up in advance to testify, and as I mentioned at our last public hearing, I see a lot of the same people here, so let's be respectful of each other's time. Because we're hearing this again, I will stop people when the red light is on. That means your time is completed to testify, and please be respectful of the other 55 plus speakers that we might hear from tonight. Respect their time. With that, I am going to call the first 5 speakers. If they can be down here close to the podium and ready to testify, that will save everybody a lot of time this evening as I call those speakers. Speaker number 1 is Donna Jacobson, to be followed by Renee Grebe, James Parmalee, Ronald Wilcox, and speaker number 5 is William Walsh. If I have called your name, please come down. There's plenty of seats right down here in the front, a couple of rows so that you're ready when it is your turn to testify. And speaker number 1 is Donna Jacobson, who is president of Lafayette Village Community Association and has 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Donna Jacobson, and I represent Lafayette Village Community Association in Mason District. We agree with the Planning Commission's recommendations on the data center zoning ordinance amendment. However, there are 2 additional points which we would like to make. In regards to data center applications being covered under the new ZOA, the Board of Supervisors has the authority to set an applicability date. In setting such a date, the board needs to select a date which serves to best achieve the goals of the ZOA. In this case, an applicability date for nominations accepted by the county as of January 31st, 2024, respects the unique interest of each supervisor's district, benefits the overall interest of the county, and ensures that residents nearest to the proposed data centers have a voice in the process. A date of January 31st is also fair to developers who submitted their site plans prior to being put on notice that data center requirements were going to change. This notice began with the issuance of the county staff report dated January 9th of this year and culminated with the January 23rd Board of Supervisors meeting at which the board based its approval of the Chantilly Premier Data Center rezoning in part on the application's ability to meet the county staff report. The only 2 applications which would be affected by this applicability date are the Starwood Plaza 500 site in Mason District and the Word of Grace site in Hunter Mill and Sully districts. Both applications have generated the greatest public and county concern, and both are large data centers located within a few hundred feet of residential communities. Secondly, we also think that all data centers should be special exception use. Data centers are unlike other types of developments. They have issues associated with them such as size, noise, water, and power usage, which makes it difficult to place them by right in existing zoning categories. Even if you choose to place data centers by right in industrial districts, there are many of these districts which are adjacent to residential communities, so the name is deceiving. Having large by right data centers in these districts would negatively affect the residents living in nearby communities. Additionally, the Board of Supervisors needs to determine its responsibility for assisting Fairfax County in retaining a variety of different industrial enterprises. Fairfax County only has a limited amount of land, which is zoned as either I-5 or I-6. Allowing large by-right data centers in these areas would eventually have a negative effect on the development of other industrial businesses. Therefore, I need to ask the board, is it wise to allow by-right data centers the opportunity and the ability to consume all the existing land in these industrial districts? Also, wouldn't it be better for Fairfax County's long-term economy to have a variety of industrial businesses rather than placing all its eggs in one basket? If Fairfax County wishes to retain a diversified economy, having data centers be special exception uses would assist the county in achieving this goal. However, if the Board of Supervisors does not see fit to require all data centers to be special exception uses, then I hope you will at least require data centers to meet a size requirement of less than 250,000 square feet prior to being allowed by right in I-5 and I-6 districts. This size requirement would allow for more industrial diversity, which would be good for the county's overall economy. Plus, it would allow residents input with respect to extremely large data centers and the negative effects which they will have on adjacent residential communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Renee Grebe from the Northern Virginia Conservation Advocate and Nature Forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McKay and members of the board. I'm Renee Grebe, a Fairfax County resident and Nature Forward's Northern Virginia Conservation Advocate. Just last month, I couldn't help but uncomfortably and ironically laugh at the special exception request that I saw come through the weekly accepted zoning application digest email. It was filed for a drive-through ATM and deposit box in a Hunter Mill district. Under the currently proposed data center ZOA, the process to build a data center development, which could ultimately come with significant impacts to residents, could be easier, by right, than building a drive-through ATM and deposit box, a development ostensibly meant to benefit residents. A funny dichotomy. Well, I was disappointed last week to miss attending the Data Center Frontier Trends Summit in Reston. I was on vacation. I'm grateful to my Nature Forward colleagues, our Director of Conservation and our Maryland Conservation Advocate, for attending. And what was heard consistently at the conference was that the industry is interested in increasing regulations in order to weed out the lowest common denominator. Conscientious data center developers and companies want a level playing field. They don't want to lose out the companies willing to cut corners. Let's not make Fairfax County ZOA weaker than our neighboring jurisdictions. With a weaker ZOA, Fairfax County would be incentivizing data centers to be built here cheaper, easier, with fewer restrictions and fewer protections for our residents. Let's not make Fairfax County the lowest common denominator, where companies come to cut corners. Please do, as you just said, the best today, that we want to get ahead of this. We do have 3 million feet now. We have already over 4 million square feet coming that's already been approved. And as we also found out at the data center conference, square footage is becoming not too helpful because things are getting denser and denser, so energy uses and the need for more and more generators to power those is going up. In July, I testified here asking that the changes to the COA reflect the promises we heard back from several of you in January of this year. So I'm asking again today that the changes you vote on today to help to, as Supervisor Walkinshaw had clearly stated, establish standards that are the highest in the Commonwealth, if not the highest in the nation. Nature Forward wants that too, Supervisor Walkinshaw. In July, I focused on the standards that we saw reflected in the approved Chantilly Premier Data Center. It was at that application's public hearing in January where promises for strong standards by several of you were made. And while I recognize that not all of the high standards of that application can be met in the ZOA language, as some were met through the rezoning process, the Chantilly Premier was also a special exception. The process that the Chantilly Premier Data Center followed as an SE allowed site-specific conditions to be applied. This same process can improve outcomes for all data centers. If we were to have all data centers meet the Chantilly Premier standard, what Supervisor Stork anticipated our future board standards are going to be for data centers, then this ZOA ensuring that all data centers be a special exception is one necessary piece of that puzzle to achieve that vision. It's not everything, but it's a necessary piece. Making all data centers with a special exception is consistent with what you said, Chairman McKay, on WJLA yesterday, that we want an ordinance that's robust in protecting the environment and mitigating some of the real concerns people have with them. Residents have lined up to tell you many concerns with them, and concerns can also vary by site. Plaza 500 is almost exclusively in an RPA. The West Fax Data Center was approved without one Fairfax concerns regarding the real and direct impacts to residents in the Meadow at Chantilly mobile home community who will have HVAC equipment and diesel backup generators 50 feet from their home. And I'm glad that the current proposed language is going to be covering that. It's hard to anticipate every significant impact to potential neighbors of data centers in our ZOA, but it's far easier to identify them as they come up in site-specific ways. Fairfax County needs that flexibility to protect its residences in exchange for the need that data center companies have to build here. That's not too much to ask. Nature Forward asked that this new, stronger ZOA be applied to all currently submitted but not yet approved data center applications. I'm glad to hear that's possible to do. We don't have time or opportunity to waste on this. And lastly, Nature Forward also asks you to commit to expedite the adoption of policies to mitigate the significant carbon, energy, and water resource impacts associated with data centers. Data center development is continuing at a rapid pace, and NOVA is the epicenter, and we need stronger policies quickly. I don't have a data center being built next to me yet, but if I did, I'd want stronger protections. If one was being built next to you, you would want stronger protections too. You have many speakers after me, but after they are through, what are you going to do? What will the language that's being proposed in this, what outcomes will it achieve? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 3 is James Parmalee, to be followed by Ronald Wilcox, William Walsh, George Landreth, John Roddy. If I called your name, please make sure you're down here close. Welcome.
Well, welcome back to the June 16th hearing. Like Yogi Berra said, it's deja vu all over again. And as I mentioned a couple of months ago, the #1 issue in Fairfax County is not data centers, it's the economy, but the two are closely related. And the question I ask is Fairfax County doing all that it can to protect its taxpayers in this disastrous economy? Grocery prices are through the roof. Insurance costs are ridiculous. Fast food has become a luxury item for many cash-strapped families, and taxes keep going up and up. What are other counties doing to ease the burden? You all mentioned Loudoun. Loudoun County's real estate tax rate has been dropping for decades, and a big reason for that has been data centers. In Loudoun, over 30% of their tax collections in 2023 came from data centers. Over 30%, just from one source, data centers. Not surprisingly, the real estate tax rate in Loudoun County declined simultaneously with that from $1.28.5 in 2012 to 86.5 cents in 2024. Not bad. Fairfax County should follow their lead to keep at least keep property taxes from increasing. How can we make that happen here? One way is we should realize the benefits that data centers can bring to the county budget, not make them harder and harder to build with additional one-size-fits-all, poorly thought-out regulations. It's not like this county hasn't seen a lot of development, and it's likely to see a whole lot more. Data center development, I mean, if you're looking at it as, are we going to keep everything's going to be a garden, that's one thing. But we're looking at places that we're going to develop. You guys are going to develop. So if you're going to have development, data centers have a lighter footprint than a lot of other sources of development. The county's budget is huge and unwieldy. Residential taxpayers are already leaving the county because they can't afford it. You can't put so much of a burden on residential taxpayers forever, or else you may run out of residents to tax. Imagine a future where Fairfax County receives 1/3 of its taxes from data centers. Now imagine a future where it doesn't. In that future, is this board prepared to cut social services by 1/3? Are you prepared to cut police by 1/3? Are you prepared to cut firefighters by 1/3? Of course not, but you're not going to do that. So it's currently at your call. If you decide to vote against data centers anyway, after my fine, well-reasoned argument, I hope you'll at least grandfather in the ones that are already in the process. This board has been financially strangling the residents whose taxes have laid the golden eggs. You need a new goose to lay new golden eggs. That goose could be data centers, and I'll respect the time there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 4 is Ronald Wilcox. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Ronald Wilcox, and I have lived in Fairfax County for almost 20 years in the Springfield Magisterial District, Pat Harity's district, and I appreciate his good service to us. I'm here to express my unequivocal support for the technological marvel called the data center. We should make it easier in Fairfax County for data centers to bring their economic benefits to Fairfax County. You have begun the process of looking at a potential meals tax in Fairfax County, a tax that would certainly hit the lowest income groups the hardest. Along with other tax increases passed by the board, we are facing a possibility of people being unable to afford to live in Fairfax County. And myself, I'm getting near to that point because property tax rate increases have driven my rent out of sight. There is a way to There is a way to increase Fairfax County tax base without increasing the need for county services at the same rate, to bring in development in Fairfax County that pays its own way while not congesting the roads, to bring in development in Fairfax County that doesn't overcrowd our schools. Compared to many other land uses, data centers are a lower impact land use, and they provide a lot of social good by making possible cloud computing, which improves the lives of all Virginians. In fact, data centers can provide a wave of revenue for our county with very little impact on social services, again, schools and such. As you consider zoning in Fairfax County, let's keep in mind our need for economic growth in Fairfax County, and let's do it with businesses and the county working together, not separated by new additional broad brush regulations that don't take potential future innovations into account. If you do make the unfortunate decision to add some of these unnecessary restrictions as a matter of fairness, projects who are in the approval process should be grandfathered in. But I hope you make the right decision and work with data centers, not against them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 5 is William Walsh, to be followed by George Landreth, John Roddy, and Scott Peterson. If I called your name, please be ready to testify. We are on speaker number 5.
Good afternoon. As you consider zoning issues and the role of data centers in Fairfax County, I hope you keep in mind the benefits that data centers can bring to our community. We have had an ongoing problem with real estate tax increases in Fairfax County that have hit homeowners hard, made rents more expensive, and potentially are pricing people out of living in our county. We need a better balance of business properties to residential properties to more efficiently distribute the burden of financing our local county government. And when looking at business properties and revenue sources, data centers have a lot going for them. They add to our tax base without adding the cost of things like social services or additional traffic needing new roads. Data centers provide quality construction jobs to build, and then quality high-tech jobs for their incoming employees. For those who have complaints about data centers and want to restrict them, it is important to remember that the choice is not generally between building data centers as opposed to creating parklands. For those who have complaints, Fairfax County has limited land. If data centers are taken off the table, it is likely that plenty of other commercial development will be approved. Smoggier development, louder development, development leading to crowded schools or large residential and retail development, which will crowd roads and create infrastructure expense. Alternatively, data centers can be cleaner and quieter and can ease that burden on our schools, our roads, and our taxpayers. They may not be a perfect solution, but considering the economic influx and potential tax lowering benefits they can bring to Fairfax County, data centers deserve a fair look. Our state of Virginia currently has the largest number of data centers in the world. And as an incubator of this growing and important industry, we owe it to ourselves and this essential technology to get this right, and I think the industry talent is here to get it right. Let's not fall into the trap of adding new government regulations that push these businesses out of Fairfax County. Now, while I hope you reject the proposed restrictions, if you do end up implementing any of them, at the very least, I think you should grandfather in projects already in the pipeline and not change the rules in the middle of their progress. As you all go through this process, please keep in mind the numerous benefits of data centers and be willing to work with this pioneering industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 6 is George Landreth, to be followed by John Roddy, Scott Peterson, Mario Zampiello. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Or actually, I guess this afternoon. I guess it's close. It's kind of on the cusp. But at any rate, I'm grateful to be here tonight to speak. My name is George Landreth. I live in Chantilly, Virginia, but I was born and raised in Fairfax County and live near Poplar Tree Elementary School, and all 7 of my children are graduates of Fairfax County Public Schools, so I've been here a while. You can probably tell that by looking at my face. But at any rate, I wanted to speak this evening to express my support for data centers for a variety of reasons, some of which have already been covered, so I'll be brief. But data centers generate high-paying jobs, which don't just benefit the people who earn those wages, but help other businesses in the area that have to have people frequent them that have resources. Likewise, data centers generate a lot of taxes, and pay a lot of taxes, so that they can lower the tax burden on Fairfax County residents, which are already paying among the highest in the nation because of the property values here and so forth. And it's not just homeowners who pay that, renters do too. So anybody who lives here paying those rates. And they also diversify our tax base, which I think everyone understands that when you diversify your portfolio, you usually do better. And that's a smart move, and we ought to do that. That'll help our long-term fiscal outlook for Fairfax County. And likewise, data centers place very light demand on social services because you don't have to build, like me and my 7 kids, I'm not saying I had to build a new school for just those 7, but that required new schools when you have a lot of people like that showing up. So you don't have to build new schools or roads or those kinds of things, which are very expensive. And I also think that if we look at this and say, if the county's proposed rules and regulations place heavy burdens on data centers and seem to make data centers more difficult to establish, all we really do is prevent them from showing up or reduce the number that show up. And I think that would be unwise and unhelpful and even perhaps foolish when you look at some of the fiscal issues that might be there. And so, like I said, I think these are the kind of businesses we ought to be welcoming and encouraging to be here because of the benefits they would provide. And, as one speaker said, we're not just choosing between a parkland and a data center. It's actually other things. And I don't think we ought to be discouraging them. We certainly want to make sure that we have, reasonable rules, but we don't want to discourage the establishment of data centers as I see it. I think the bottom line is data centers are great. We need more good-paying jobs. We need to expand our tax base, and we need economic growth to benefit not only the people who get those good jobs, but their neighbors. And so I encourage the board to make sure that the county's policies encourage good jobs, economic expansion of our tax base, so that tax rates don't continue to skyrocket and don't continue to make home ownership or even just living in Fairfax County possible. I know a ton of people who end up leaving after a short period of time because they can't afford it anymore. And so they end up moving further out. And so I think we ought to make sure that Fairfax County is a welcoming community because these are good people. We don't need to kick them out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 7 is John Roddy, to be followed by Scott Peterson, Mario Zampiello, and Peter Wayrich. If I called your name, please be close. Speaker number 7, Mr. Roddy, welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor McKay and board members. My name is John Roddy. I'm the CEO of William A. Hazel. William A. Hazel is a heavy civil and site development contractor that's been headquartered in Fairfax County since 1964. This morning we employed 513 individuals, many of whom are employed on local data center projects and are residents of Fairfax County. As lifelong members of the county, we understand the benefits of data centers to the county and its residents. We did the site work on the first data center in the region for AOL in 1999. As I expect everyone here knows, the office real estate construction market, where Fairfax has had so much success over the years, is currently dead. And if it weren't for data center construction, a significant of our workforce would be laid off. For 60 years, William A. Hazel has been a responsible member of the community, and Fairfax County has always been a business-friendly environment. This is one of the reasons for the success of Fairfax County over the years. But as you've heard everybody else say, for the most part, the county has a significant budget shortfall that will rely on some painful changes. Obviously, our adjacent counties are not in the same situation, and Fairfax has got to make a choice. Business doesn't like surprises. When I heard the planning response to Board Member Alcorn's question, it was clear that they were aware of the risk that this discussion brings in the form of surprises, particularly to projects in the pipeline. That will send a very bad message to the business community. I would request that you vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 8 is Scott Peterson.
Hi, I am Scott Peterson, Chairman of the Board of Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions. Well, you know, it's always good to start with a laugh, right? I tried to make you laugh a little bit during this long meeting. But actually, this cartoon is not really funny, because the mission of Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions is to sound an urgent moral call to reduce climate pollution. And what's missing in this entire discussion, we feel, is that data centers currently threaten to destroy the carbon goals that we've worked so hard to achieve. Controller, you can turn off that silly slide now. So over the summer, we've been studying the complicated issue. And here are 3 priorities we've come up with. One is that the Virginia Clean Economy Act's carbon reduction, that's what I had to do. The carbon reduction goals must remain paramount. Land use policy needs to be strengthened to prevent adverse impacts on our neighbors and communities. And FACTS supports all recommendations of the Planning Commission. And a special exception process must be included. And we recognize that increasing the number of data centers in Fairfax County may solve some very real problems. They generate tax revenue. They could help fill the county budget shortfall. They could forestall big residential tax increases. What's not to like about that? Well, we can learn from the experience of our neighbors in Loudoun County. We asked Loudoun County Supervisor Mike Turner, the expert on how data centers have changed Loudoun County, for his advice. And he explained, there has not been a single day in the past 14 years when a data center was not under construction in Loudoun County. 181 data centers are located in Loudoun's Data Center Alley in 30 square miles, more than anywhere else on Earth. Spurred by public outcry, Loudoun County Supervisors finally, this year, denied a proposal for a massive data center and passed a resolution to limit by right size. So how have the data center developers responded? Well, the trend is actually accelerating to buy an office park, tear it down, and build a data center. Why? Because they're paying between $2 and $3 million an acre, where other developers are normally paying $200,000 to $300,000 an acre. And now developers are turning their sights on other neighboring jurisdictions with less supervision, less restrictions, such as Fairfax County. So I asked Supervisor Turner what advice he had for you, Fairfax County supervisors. And he said, tell them, do not allow data center developers by right privileges without special exception reviews. Without it, you're going to give up a major weapon when you may need to protect the voters that elected you. Now, in October 2023, Dominion Energy said it received customer orders to double the amount of data centers in Virginia by 2028. So where's all the energy going to come from to power data centers? Well, right now, fossil fuels. Coal and natural gas. Antiquated coal-powered electricity plants in West Virginia will be kept running. A new natural gas-powered power plant in Chesterfield County will be built largely to meet data center electricity demands. The North Anna nuclear plant, scheduled to be decommissioned, was granted a 20-year extension, despite there still not being a place to dispose of nuclear waste. The intermittent power of solar is unlikely to meet the demand, even with battery storage. So we aren't expert enough to know what the technological solution is. Perhaps it'll be horizontal geothermal wells. So emissions are going to go up. Carbon goals are in danger. Turner warns that pressure on local elected officials will increase, as it has in Loudoun County, demanding you curtail growth, impose stricter performance standards, or face election consequences. I'm not saying no to data centers. I created that graphic using Microsoft AI. I'm saying fight for your carbon reduction goals and don't give up this powerful tool of special exception.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 9 is Mario Zampiello. Is speaker number 9 here? If you could come on down, to be followed by Peter Wayrich, Will McLaughlin, and David White. If I called you, there's a lot of seats down here close, folks. Come down close so that you're ready to testify. We're on speaker number 9. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman McKay and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Mario Zampiello, and I've been a Fairfax County resident my whole life and a taxpayer in this county since 1989. My kids all went to Fairfax County schools. My wife has been a Fairfax County school teacher, and we've actually supported Kathy Smith for over 25 years. Quit laughing. Fairfax County's been a great place to bring up my kids. We've been enjoying all the services at Fairfax County. I see the adjacent counties building data centers on the by right properties, and as a result, they've added tax revenues, has allowed these counties to significantly reduce their taxes and improve the services to their residents. That's key. I believe that Fairfax County needs the data centers. The fiscal responsibility they can provide is vital. Fairfax County is facing a shortfall and considering raising property taxes and imposing consumer taxes. Both of these taxes are going to hurt the residents of Fairfax County. Why tax me and the other members of our community when these projects are viable and they want to be here and we can benefit from them? So let's ensure Fairfax County remains an attractive place to place these chief developments. And with the board's pre-planning and lessons learned by others, as Chairman McKay mentioned earlier, you guys will put this together and promote a balance of data centers to secure our economic future to benefit our community. Let's make Fairfax County a place where my kids will want to bring up their kids, and then instead of going to adjacent counties with lower taxes and better benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 10, Peter Wayrich. Is Mr. Wayrich here? Okay. Will McLaughlin and David White. Please be ready. Speaker number 10, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Fairfax County Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Wyrick. I'm a private resident. I live in Manchester Lakes. Mr. Harity here, correct me if I'm wrong, is the only member of the Board of Supervisors who has recommended a deep dive in the county budget. That's not very good. Data centers are important to try to back off the county on further tax increases. Tax increases concerning property for average homeowners like myself is about 6%. Your out-migration tops some 31,000 in this county over the past year, and the reputation for this is not good. It's important, as always, to strike the right balance between county government and business. If these data centers are allowed to be properly developed and supervised with special exceptions, as is mentioned, then I think that they're a good thing. My understanding is they come with power infrastructure that can be developed that they have to pay for. It allows private concerns to control their data, which I think is very good, as opposed to breaches from the cloud. And I think the county has a golden opportunity to offer some real tax breaks that can encourage business instead of simply raising taxes across the board, a meal tax, a bag tax, what have you. I've lived here since March of 1967. Fairfax County has been a great county. It's one of the richest counties in the country, but I think things can be managed better, and that's what we expect, and we expect to be heard, so I appreciate this public comment period. I don't want to see 181 data centers here necessarily, but I think we do have room to look at some good options for these things and to weigh the pros and cons, the environmental benefits, maybe some negative aspects, make sure that they're not making too much noise, and so on and so forth. So thank you for hearing me out. Good
Thank
evening.
you. Thank you very much. Speaker number 11 is Will McLaughlin, to be followed by David White. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I wore my fancy high-vis shirt just in case any heavy construction equipment decided to back into the room. I also prepared a statement to keep me to the timeline so I don't kind of just ramble on. My name is Will McLaughlin. I'm one of the founding partners of Americans, formerly known as G.I. John's. We are a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business providing portable restroom services. We are headquartered in Manassas, Virginia, since we started the business in 2020. From inception, Americans' mission has been twofold. First, hire as many veterans and community members from the areas we serve as possible, and second, to support Gold Star families, that is, the immediate family of fallen American service members who died while wearing the uniform in service of the country. Our mission has been clear from the beginning. Whether we can impact 1 or 100 veterans, we will make a difference. Today, Americans employs 6 team members of the 60 in the business that live in Fairfax County. Of those, 3 are veterans who have served our country. In pursuit of our second mission, we have donated just over $287,000 to date in support of Gold Star families, directly supporting those fallen members' children's educations or programs providing family support services. What does any of this have to do with data centers? The success of Americans and our ability to impact veterans' causes is a direct result of the extensive opportunity we are afforded working on projects like Fairfax County data center construction. We provide the toilets. We are humbled, like many local small businesses working in concert with this industry, to be considered the backbone of this community, and we are proud to partner with the data center industry in the never-ending pursuit of our mission. We hope to be able to provide and grow here in Fairfax County so that Americans can continue sending the country's Gold Star children to college and positively impacting the outcomes of lost service members' families. In witness to that impact, I would like to provide the following statement from one of our former veteran employees. When I think of leadership, there's a textbook answer, and then there is a definition you gain personally throughout your life experiences. My definition of leadership is one's ability to influence. When I think of Patrick and Will, the co-owners of Americans, that definition holds even truer. I'm an Army veteran who served this country for 15 years and served multiple tours to Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm proud of my time in service, but I also suffered from PTSD from my combat exposure and ended up landing me with legal problems. When Will and Pat heard about my story, they didn't even know who I was, just that I was a vet who had fallen, and they reached out to help me back on my feet. A stranger, but a fellow brother in arms. What they did helped me get back my fight. And now I am going for my master's degree in operations management. Though I have since moved on from the company, they have been nothing but supportive. I am now married and working as a project manager, living my best life, all because they reached out a helping hand. I will always be grateful and will always have the most sincere respect for Americans. Please consider our mission as a small business and this testament to its impact on this one life as you determine your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 12 is David White, to be followed by call-in David Shepard, then Nitin Dogra, and Sonia Brehe by phone. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman McKay, esteemed members of the board, thank you for your dedication to our community and for giving me the floor this evening. My name is David White, and I am president of Superior Paving Corporation. My family's roots in Fairfax County span generations. Both my children and I were actually born in Fairfax Hospital. My father, my kids, and I were all educated in Fairfax County schools and have proudly worn the mantle of Fairfax student athletes. No, it wasn't basketball. This county isn't just the backdrop of my life, it is intertwined with the milestones of my family's journey. Superior Paving began here in 1976 under my father's and his 2 business partners' vision, and it has thrived thanks to Fairfax's nurturing business environment. Our work includes vital infrastructure projects such as Transform 66, Fairfax County Parkway improvements, Route 28 interchange improvements, just to name a few of the essential thoroughfares that support our community's daily rhythms. Our infrastructure projects also do include data centers, which support not only our businesses by putting food on the table for our employees and their families, but also the economic stability of our county. It is disheartening, however, to witness the fiscal shortfalls within our county when neighboring counties are thriving from data center revenues. These facilities are not just revenue streams, they are opportunities. Opportunities for us to secure a stable and prosperous future for our Fairfax families. The taxes generated by these data centers can support schools, the same schools my children now attend, the one my father attended, I attended. Over the long run, these taxes can help alleviate the pressure of raising taxes on property owners, remove the meals tax, which impacts all of us in Fairfax County. So let's bridge the gap between our community's potential and performance. Let's fund education and relieve tax burdens. Let's provide a foundation for success that every resident of Fairfax County deserves. As a lifelong member of this community, my commitment is unwavering. I urge you to demonstrate foresight and courage by investing in strategies that bridge gaps, foster long-term growth. So let's ensure that our policies reflect the ambition and promise of Fairfax County. Thank you for your consideration of this pivotal opportunity. And by embracing strategic investments, we can transform this potential into a lasting success for every family in Fairfax. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 13, David Shepard. Mr. Shepard, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you for letting me call in, and thank you to the board. Most of the good things and the good points I wanted to make have really already been taken as I've listed on hold, but I will say just a couple things and be brief. I grew up in Fairfax County, went to Fairfax County's public school, spent my entire life here, so I love the county. I love the pro-business sort of atmosphere of the county and all the county has to offer, and my concern is data centers are going to be very important in terms of revenue, and maybe even more important than we can imagine today. Because as the population, Virginia's population continues to decline, people are leaving Fairfax County. And the data centers could be very valuable and crucial, really, in terms of revenue. So while I agree with Mr. Wyrick when he said you don't necessarily need 180 data centers, but we shouldn't be discriminatory towards them either. I think they can be very valuable, and that's really all I have to say. But I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Speaker number 14 is Nitin Dogra, and he will be followed by a call from Sonia Brehe, Susan Switek, and Connie Hartke. If I called your name, please make sure you're down here close to testify. This is Speaker 14. Welcome.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to enforce that this is not us versus them. This is a decision that impacts all of us, no matter what the decision is made. I just want to call out some of the concerns that I have. First of all, climate change is a concern that impacts all of us, and that has been covered already. And I read a report, the county's report that came out in 23 late and 24 early, January 24, which had listed concerns about air and water quality and residential life. So that's one. Second, I want to talk about, I have eczema, which is a severe autoimmune condition. My kids have it. My whole family is impacted. I already have air and water filters at home on top of whatever water we get. So with the air and water quality being impacted, so this is a direct impact to people like me who have autoimmune conditions, and there's a whole lot of research that the autoimmune conditions get worsened as these impacts worsen in terms of air and water quality. So that's another one. And I think I've heard a lot of argument about revenue. I want to call attention to one of the issues. I come from Punjab in India, and there were farmers' protests for almost 2 years over there. Green Revolution came in 60s. We became sufficient in food back there. We got well also in terms of financially, but the experts who initiated that green revolution led us to a monocrop culture back there. 85% of the crops are 2 or 3 only, which has led to severe degradation of soil, water, food, and public health. Some of the regions have become cancer hotbeds. And why I'm saying that? Because same experts are now questioning their own intentions and decisions and the long-term impacts that they are now seeing. So with heavily invested into one kind of business, I hope we are not taking a decision which is going to take us onto that similar road. Another one I want to call out as a resident, that when I bought this property, my intention was not to live so close where all I see is data centers. I went on Waxpool Road today after, I don't know, a year or so, and all I saw was data centers one after the other. Tree cover is gone. It doesn't look like that if that is what's going to happen in Fairfax, that doesn't look like to me a residential community. And just for empathy, I just want to call out one comment that I saw a lot on the social media, where people were asking for the officials to put them in our shoes and what would they feel if data centers are built right next to their home. And I want to pose this respectfully as something that I saw. And at the end, I just want to say my ask is to make all data centers a special exception, like we have regulations on speed limit and putting a seatbelt while we are driving. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 15 is Sonia Brehe. Ms. Brehe, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Sonia Brehe. I'm the Northern Virginia Advocacy Manager for the Coalition for Smarter Growth and a resident of Fairfax County. CSG advocates for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for our region to grow and provide opportunities for all. I recognize the need for data centers given the current technology we all use. But as data centers and their supporting infrastructure proliferate in our region, we must do more to ensure we get this right. Where we put them and how we address their impacts on our communities and our environment are critical. I ask that you support the amendments that were adopted by the Planning Commission to strengthen the proposed zoning ordinance amendment. I'd like to focus today on the amendment regarding proximity to the metro. CSG supports requiring data centers be located at least a mile from metro station entrances. The county should be investing in walkable communities, housing and jobs near transit, not building data centers in these valuable areas. Data centers have few on-site employees and take up valuable space where we should prioritize more homes close to transit. This undermines the county's smart growth and transportation goals. Looking at 2024 ridership numbers at Silver Line Extension Station, the Loudoun Gateway Station, which is surrounded by data centers, has the lowest ridership of the Silver Line stations, significantly lower than the other Silver Line stations, and it has the lowest ridership of the entire metro system. Post-pandemic, we're seeing the greatest numbers of riders returning to stations with the most transit-oriented development in place. Even up to a mile away from our stations, while perhaps not walkable to some, people are able to regularly use metro through our first and last mile connections like bus and other micro-mobility options. We have made significant investments in the Silver Line and Metro as a whole and must continue to support its success by prioritizing mixed-use development with homes and jobs closest to our transit stations, not data centers. Additionally, we ask that you require that all data center developments be subject to a more thorough special exception review. A special exception gives the board more flexibility to work with developers to address issues such as best available technology for diesel generators, which currently are not well regulated, and better address site-specific issues. We also ask that the county expedite needed policies to mitigate the significant carbon emissions, reduce the energy demand, and regulate increasing water use of data centers. As our technology use continues to evolve, let's make sure we put adequate safeguards in place so that the expansion of data centers in Fairfax does not undermine important county goals we've invested so much in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 16, Susan Swiatek. Are you here? Speaker number 16. Don't see anyone. Speaker number 17, Connie Hartke. Connie Hartke here. Speaker number 18, Isabella Hale. Isabella Hale. Okay. Speaker number 19, Kate Maisel. Okay. We have one here. To be followed by Robert Whitfield, speaker number 20. Speaker number 21, Wendy Mewson. Welcome, Speaker 19. 19, Ms. Maisel, welcome.
Hello again. Good evening. I'm Kate Maisel. My family and I live in Pleasant Valley, a community that is surrounded by industrial districts in which the county would like to continue permitting enormous data centers by right, double the size anywhere else in the county. It is also in a water supply and resource protection area. Regardless of what the data center industry wants us to believe, air-only cooling systems are not sufficient for AI technology. Through the Freedom of Information Act, the Financial Times reported in August that data centers in Fairfax, Loudoun, Prince William, and Fauquier counties consumed 1.85 billion gallons of water in 2023, a 61% increase from 2019. That number will only continue to grow as the land grab by data centers in the Sully district continues to accelerate. The data center report and recommendations indicates a conservative daily use of 100 gallons per 1,000 square feet. With 8.3 million square feet of data centers approved or in site plan review, almost all of which are in the Sully district, over 300 million more gallons of our drinking water will be taken away by data centers. The comprehensive plan requires that we protect our water supply, but by right data centers don't need to adhere to the comprehensive plan. Clearly, the county is not protecting our water supply. Allowing data centers to store hundreds of thousands of gallons of diesel fuel next to Cub Run Stream, which is a source for our drinking water, and is in an area perforated with faults that connect to our underlying water table, is reckless. Homes in our community experienced foundation damage from the 2011 earthquake. Without the special exception process to mitigate these potential issues, we are flirting with disaster. Why is it that those of us who live in Sully are not being afforded the same protections as the rest of the county? Because of the 1.0 floor area ratio, unique to the Sully district, we will never be allowed to participate in the special exception process. We will never be allowed to mitigate the impacts of this industry. How is this acceptable? Please stop putting us in the environment last and the data centers first. Please don't give away the only chance we have through the special exception process. Northern Virginia is becoming internationally known as an area chock full of data centers. We seemingly can't avoid that, but let's at least become known for making sure that they're responsibly designed, placed, and regulated. We already have several of these hulking monolithic eyesores, and no amount of fenestration makes them attractive. They're all sitting empty near neighborhoods, waiting for power. Dominion now predicts that it will take as much as 7 years for local data centers to be connected to the grid. If we have to wait that long for the already highly questionable tax benefit, then why are we rushing things? Let's take our time and make sure that things are done right, one application at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 20 is Robert Whitfield, to be followed by Wendy Mewson, Cynthia Shang, and Jeffrey Flading, and Fran O'Neill. If I called your name, please make sure you're down here close and ready. Welcome, Speaker number 20, Mr. Whitfield.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Rob Whitfield, and I've lived in Fairfax County since 1977. And obviously, we've seen enormous change in the county in the last 46 years. I am somewhat agnostic on data centers, but in terms of the economic impacts and the economic benefits, I'm clearly not agnostic. This county has obviously in the last 20, 30 years gone through cycles of boom and bust in the office markets in which I had worked 30 years ago. And now we're in a point where in a down cycle, I don't know the latest data, but office buildings are worth less than half of what they were before COVID-19. And meanwhile, we've had changes in the transportation industry so that the ridership on the metro system is less than half of, on metro rail, less than half what it was 10 years ago. And we've built this colossal project to Dulles Airport, which I call the biggest Ponzi scheme in Virginia history. And now somebody's trying to push people to move close to, instead of data centers for which the traffic load is minimal, they want to cram people into the metro station areas. Meanwhile, it was 18 months ago since Tom Bashadney announced his retirement, and we still haven't replaced the head of the transportation department. How do we expect anything to work right if you don't execute planning right? So I guess I've heard a lot of interesting testimony, but we certainly don't need more meals taxes and more tax. The people studying the Metro plan are proposing all sorts of additional taxes on the people out here. But we can't afford it. People are leaving this area now because of the tax burden. So what I would like is a fiscal impact analysis of the data centers. I know that Mr. Doshi has done some work. I don't know whether we've updated that. I would like to see things balanced between both what are the environmental risks and what are the economic consequences and the tax benefits. So we need to have before we make final decisions, we need to have a balanced picture of what gets done in this county. And so we probably need some overall financial planning to give the public who live here a better sense of what we can expect in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 21 is Wendy Mewson, to be followed by Cynthia Shang, Jeffrey Flading, and Fran O'Neill. We're on speaker number 21. Welcome.
Thank you. Wendy Mewson, Pleasant Valley. The World Health Organization and the American National Standards Institute recommend daytime noise levels in schools of less than 35 decibels for the best acoustic environment for optimal teaching and learning conditions. Excessive noise is detrimental to concentration, auditory discrimination, and speech perception, leading to reduced academic performance. The effects are magnified for hearing-impaired students and students who are not being taught in their first language. Those of you up there who were teachers probably know this. With a whopping 72 decibels allowed in industrial districts, the excessive, continuous, ever-present low-frequency noise is detrimental to our school children. Sound travels through weak points, including doors, windows, vents, and ductwork, and portable classrooms used to alleviate overcrowding are even worse, acoustically speaking. The Virginia Department of Education, in their 2020 guidelines for school facilities, states proximity to noise and other pollution sources should be considered when evaluating an existing or potential school site. It goes on to recommend that location of schools near electric power transmission lines or other environmental hazards should be avoided. Without the special exception process, we in the county are denied the opportunity to evaluate and mitigate the negative impacts on our schools and other nearby uses. Right now, Flores Elementary, Carson Middle, and Westfield High Schools are all taking a hit because they are in the Route 28 tax district, where by right uses are allowed to 1.0 floor area ratio. Anywhere else in the county, the data centers being considered would be required to go through the special exception process because they are over the 0.5 floor area ratio. But here, we in the county are being denied the chance to evaluate and mitigate their negative impacts. For example, a recently submitted site plan for a massive 648,000 square foot data center campus with a substation and over 70 tractor-trailer-sized generators, 70, has been submitted near Westfield High School. The location is also adjacent to Cub Run Stream and a pet boarding and veterinary facility. The question is not only, is the county prepared to spend millions to sound insulate schools from data center noise, but also how the constant noise unique to the data center industry from its HVACs, generators, and substation will affect the health and well-being of the pets boarded or receiving treatment. What will the impact on this business be? Will it be driven out because the constant noise stresses the animals out, or because the land has become too expensive for them to continue to operate? How will we know the negative impacts on the surrounding uses if we don't allow those uses and the professionals who run them to weigh in? It's one thing for you to limit our time to speak up at these hearings, but to deny us in the county a voice through the special exception process as we watch by right data center development threaten our school children, local businesses, home values, air quality, and drinking water safety is, quite frankly, reprehensible. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 22 is Cynthia Shang.
Thank you. I'm Cynthia Shang, president of Sept Pleasant Valley. There are 11.7 million square feet of data centers existing, approved, or in site plan review right now. Over 8 million in the Sully district alone, almost all within the last 3 years. We are on a fast track to surpass Prince William County by year end and reach a third of that of Loudoun County. But Fairfax County has almost triple the population density of either of these counties. So how can we ignore the fact that so many more people will be affected? Sully is being targeted because of the Route 28 tax district, which is, quote, governed by the zoning ordinance regulations regarding allowable uses, unquote, and permits, as you've heard, a 1.0 floor area ratio. Huge data centers can be built double the size here without the rigorous review and public process afforded to everyone else in the county for data centers half the size. Leaving data centers as allowable uses denies us that process. We are being penalized for choosing to live in Sully. With Loudoun moving to eliminate by right data centers, a size limit of 250,000 square feet would remedy this disparity and allow the experts in the county to require mitigations for the most egregiously large data centers near homes, schools, and our precious water supply, while still keeping the county open for business. And as you can see here on this slide, clearly Chantilly Premier was required to mitigate and address the issues of the comprehensive plan. Concerns have been raised that a size limit would just encourage additional site plans to avoid the special exception process. And it is true that the industry has tried to game the system. We're already seeing this with the Boggle Drive application, where a draft proffer is attempting to be used to lower the floor area ratio because the final proffer would put the applicant above the site-specific FAR. This 648,000 square foot application is the footprint of Lambeau Field, the second largest stadium in the NFL. The site is located, as you heard, near residential communities and Cub Run Stream, and this data center will have a switching station, overhead electrical lines, and will store hundreds of thousands of gallons of diesel fuel on site. Both above and below ground diesel fuel storage tanks are regulated. So why is it that gas stations require a special exception, but a data center that requires more fuel storage than several Sheetz gas stations does not? For those living near the I-5, the proposed zoning ordinance merely requires a noise study first rather than waiting for people to complain, a 200-foot setback which does not take visual impacts into account, especially for communities which may be lower in land elevation, turning that 75-foot tall building into a looming 100-foot tall building, requires a half-mile setback from Metro, so why not that same requirement for residents and schools, and a requirement to make them less ugly. Sodium is a byproduct of the cooling process and is detrimental to those with high blood pressure, diabetes, and kidney problems. Only because of the comprehensive plan is the 402,000 square foot data center known as Chantilly Premier mitigating sodium at the source, saving the county an estimated $1 billion retrofitting water treatment plants, and maybe saving lives. Only because of the comprehensive plan did Chantilly Premier have to meet the guidelines for the increased FAR, a fact that is critical to the Route 28 tax district. Only because of the comprehensive plan did Chantilly Premier have to provide additional landscape buffering, a LEED certified green building, and additional water and environmental protections. Without the special exception process, all the good work that was accomplished with Chantilly Premier will be completely negated by other, closer, larger by right data centers. We have never seen an onslaught like this. No other industry has so rapidly consumed I-5 land. Not crematoriums, not freight warehouses, and sadly, not craft breweries. As the price of land skyrockets due to the data center industry, where are other industrial uses supposed to go? Where are we going to put all that electronic waste? Have we learned nothing from Loudoun? In closing, please don't penalize those of us who chose to live in Sully. Please choose to require the special exception process for all data centers, or at least a size limit in the I-5. Thank you.
Speaker number 23 is Jeffrey Flading, to be followed by Fran O'Neill, Don Slayman, Jeff Parnes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. So my name is Jeffrey Flading. I'm from the Sully District. I'm speaking on behalf of the Fairfax National Estates Homeowners Association. Data centers should not be by right. Data centers should require an SE, something which has such a significant impact on the health and property values of citizens must be considered in a transparent environment where citizens have an opportunity to review and comment on what's being done to their neighborhoods. While I'm sure as supervisors understand and long for the potential taxes that may come from data centers, I don't perceive that most of the supervisors fully understand them. I understand that there is big money and lobbying efforts behind trying to make it quicker and easier to plop data centers all over the county. Some of that lobbying and money can be seen here tonight. I have been in many data centers, as one aspect of my professional career was selecting, sizing, and managing movement of federal government customers into data centers and cloud computing. Data centers are effective for what they offer in today's technology for the customers. However, having been in many, they are loud. They move lots of air for cooling, consume huge amounts of power, and have backup generators, usually diesel, that are dirty and loud when they must run. And I think it was last year, the state almost was going to run during the day, which is bizarre. I would not want one in my backyard. Supervisors, you would not want one in your backyard. The citizens deserve transparency and open hearings before one is placed near their communities. Making data centers by right is an abrogation of your responsibilities to look out for the health and welfare of Fairfax County citizens. What you do know of data centers most likely is based on data centers of recent past and rosy presentations by data center developers. But do you really appreciate the computing demands and loads that are coming from data centers that support artificial intelligence processing? The demand for data centers that support AI processing is coming much quicker than most would have projected just a year ago. The power use and heat generation that will be associated with future data centers that support AI processing is vastly greater than from traditional data centers. As an example, traditional data centers are designed with an average of 5 to 10 kilowatts per rack of computers as an average density. The advent of AI now requires 60 or more kilowatts per rack. On average, something you might be able to relate to, a chat GPT query, some of you may have played with this, an AI query with chat GPT requires nearly 10 times as much electricity to process as a Google search. In that difference lies a coming sea change in how the world at large will consume power and how much it will cost. Data centers will add massive draw on the local power grid. Much more cooling will also be needed by the data centers. AI data centers can be huge energy black holes. In some larger AI data centers consuming as much energy as 30,000 homes. I understand that the increase in power capacity that utility providers will need to add over the years, costs which will be borne by every electric customer in the area, are not the immediate concern of the Board of Supervisors when considering by right development versus special exceptions in hearings. But it is something that by facilitating more rapid data center development, you will impact. My point with these few examples of huge increases coming in processing demands is to try to make you pause and think. Perhaps in a time of such great change for data centers, it may be wise for you not to charge into allowing by right development throughout the county. It may be more responsible to not proceed as quickly. There is time for public hearings and the special exception process for facilities which will impact the health, property values, safety, and utility loads on the citizens of Fairfax County. The citizens deserve transparency in the process and an opportunity to participate in the review of every data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 24 is Fran O'Neill, to be followed by Don Slayman, Jeff Parnes, and Robert Rafferty. Welcome, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you very much for your public service. It's greatly appreciated. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the special exception requirement, and I'd like to make 3 simple points for your respectful consideration, if I may. The first one, I'm calling the inevitable surprises embedded in complex systems. If you'll spare me just a very quick moment of my own background. I spent a good part of my adult life working in very large, complex systems, helping organizations, public and private, I've worked in most of the federal bureaucracies, to apply the quality management principles of W. Edwards Deming, who was the father of the modern quality movement. Most people don't know his name, but he's had a ubiquitous impact. Deming always wanted to start out with an understanding of the system. And one of the things I've learned from many years of working in large systems is they are full of surprises. Some of those surprises are delightful. Some of them are damaging. Some of them are devastating. The point I want to make is this parade of people that you have heard on both sides of this issue are like a battalion of red flags. And underneath each of those red flags is a set of possible surprises, negative surprises. Not all of them will happen, but some of them will. But the point I make is that you can reduce the probability, not the inevitability of all of them, but the probability of many of them by the special exception requirement for the 250,000 square foot threshold. That would be like buying an insurance policy. It would be extremely wise, in my humble opinion, for you to do that. Second point, Sully residents, correct me if I'm wrong, Sully residents would have a disproportionate burden of industrial development placed upon them compared to other districts. Consider, for example, the impact of people living too close to industrial development. It's perfectly awful, and it's also full of surprises. Consider the impact of displaced businesses that will be told, get out of here, you got to go. The impact on their family, the impact on the diversity of businesses, the business culture, the impact on their customers. Go down the list of all these various concerns, and you will have embedded surprises in every single one of them, in addition to this disproportionate burden issue. These impacts won't disappear. In large systems, I can tell you for sure, cause and effect operate very slowly. They happen over long periods of time. Number 3, I know I'm running out of time. You have been told businesses will balk at the special exception requirement process. With all due respect to that point of view, I respectfully disagree. Never let the hitter call the balls and strikes. The fans, in this case the citizens, want you to do that. Set a high standard. Adopt the right requirement, and the people of the county will respect you for putting them first, and those who want to be here will be here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We are now on speaker number 25, Don Slayman, to be followed by Jeff Parnes, Robert Rafferty, and Douglas Bell, and speaker number 25 is video testimony.
Good evening. My name is Don Slayman. I work for the Electricians Union, Local 26. Thank you, Chairman McKay, for allowing me to address your board this evening. Thank you, board members, for listening. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the data center industry and what it means to my local union. I'm not here to prescribe particulars in the legislation you're discussing or pending. I'm here to speak about the benefits of this industry to my local union and to the region. The data center industry has been a boon for this local. We've grown from almost 8,000 members when I arrived in 2018 to almost 14,000 today. We've brought in 1,000 members since the first of the year. We welcomed 500 apprentices to our freshman class in August. Normally we bring in 300 to 325. It's solely because of the data center industry. Normally, under periods of spiked interest rates, that we have experienced the last couple of years would wreak havoc upon a local construction union. But we felt no pain. We grew through the entire era, and that's because of the data center industry. It's not only the construction, which is a boon to this local union, but the maintenance. It's a misnomer that no one works in these facilities after they're completed. Yes, there's very few folks working for the end user on operations, but we have over 30 members working in every completed data center, working for 6 or 7 different contractors in any given day, working on control systems, working on upgrades, working on energy efficiencies, working on security cameras, working on swapping components and servers and gear and bringing in new customers and placing them in these co-locator systems. All kinds of work, maintenance. And these are clean, safe environments where workers are making 6 figures in a clean, safe environment. And not only do we have the construction and the maintenance, but we also have great production work associated with this industry because of the economies of scale. And that's why I'm so concerned about discouraging this industry in any way. The economies of scale that have been produced here, because this market being larger than the next 6 largest markets for data centers in this country combined, has enabled our contractors, or actually have made them to meet the demands, build prefabrication and modular and shops to build modular components and to build cabinets and racks and switchgear and pre-assemble all kinds of equipment to bring into the new buildings. Because of the economies of scale, we're exporting that same equipment for this market all over the country and overseas. And I can't tell you the importance of having 6-figure blue-collar production jobs so close to the seat of power. I've spent my entire career with the National AFL cell for 24 years dealing with the deindustrialization and the ruin it brought upon communities when a mine, a factory, a mill would leave. Matter of fact, my job was to organize other local unions to hold the hands of the workers and give them encouragement and made them understand that somebody cares. So I've watched as the deindustrialization has wiped out communities all over. And I am so thrilled to see an industry that's growing. An industry in its nascent stage is unionized. Usually union industries get organized as they mature. This industry from the get-go, because of the continuous operating system, the nature of it, to rely on highly skilled workforce because the liability is so large, has been unionized since the get-go. And then when you take in that the largest source of labor costs is the power generation and the distribution that's needed to run these operations, a regulated monopoly. This is a heavily unionized industry. And and if you just give this industry patience, they'll resolve some of the other problems, like the water, like the noise. Some of them were poorly designed. They've mitigated that. And the biggest problem is the energy and SMRs. If we're patient, small modular reactors will be able to relieve the grid and solve our energy problems. It's going to happen if we can keep the industry here.
Thank you. Speaker number 26 is Jeffrey Parnes, to be followed by Robert Rafferty, Douglas Bell, and Steve Cholik. If I called your name, please be down here close, ready to testify. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Parnes. I'm a resident of Fairfax County for close to 44 years, and I'm in my 5th decade of speaking before the board. I represent the Sully District Council of Citizens Associations, which, with the Western Fairfax County Citizens Association, form the joint Sully District Land Use and Transportation Committee. We have sent the board 3 of our resolutions. The first resolution called for special exceptions near residential development when data centers are developed. We also asked in the second resolution that data centers be as the Planning Commission recommended, that all future data center plans and recommendations comply with the current considered amendment rather than the previous amendment. We should be making this not retroactive, but as part of the process. In our third resolution, we reaffirmed the previous two and wished that the county come up with a report that actually indicates the level of economic development that data centers will give the county. We've heard that they will be a fountain of money, but we're not certain that compared to other conditions that there might be detriments. We need to consider whether or not people will have depressed real estate values based on their proximity to data centers, whether or not the additional costs required to be spent or paid for by residential customers by both Dominion Power and Novak for the additional power supplies. They're not paid for by the data centers, they're paid by the residents and other users of the current electrical system. We wanted to know whether or not there's any depressed real estate values of sites in proximity to data centers, the anticipated costs resulting from air and water pollution for the data centers, and the anticipated cost of public health resulting from data centers, including hospitalizations, illnesses, missed work, and school absences, the reductions in tax revenue from any state-level legislative credits or tax breaks for data centers, and whether the above-listed credits or costs are greater or less than the anticipated real estate revenue. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. We again ask that you consider special exception rather than having it by right. That is our chief concern, as well as the environmental ones. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 27, Robert Rafferty. Is Robert Rafferty here? Speaker number 27. Okay, not seeing him. Speaker number 28 is Douglas Bell, who has submitted video testimony.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Bell, and I have previously testified before the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission regarding the proposed data center zoning amendment. I currently serve as Senior Principal Consultant and President of Kavanaugh Tachi Associates, an acoustical consulting firm founded in 1975. In the course of my nearly 40-year career, I have consulted on over 1,000 environmental noise projects. Additionally, I co-authored a textbook on the topic of industrial noise control. As a subject matter expert in environmental noise, I'm speaking to offer further insights. I also want to briefly reiterate a few substantial points I made in my previous testimony. The proposed amendment includes various design restrictions purportedly targeting noise impacts associated with data centers. Specifically, these restrictions include imposing increased setbacks and mandatory enclosure or shielding of sound-producing equipment. It is my opinion that these restrictions only impose a burden on developers without achieving any of the intended goals. Firstly, there is no compelling evidence that data centers are more acoustically impactful than other permitted industrial uses. In fact, it is my opinion that from an acoustic standpoint, data centers represent one of the more benign uses permitted on commercial and industrial zoned land. The noise sources are predictable and controllable. Following good design practices, data centers can be built to meet appropriate noise standards and not produce an adverse acoustical impact at acoustic-sensitive receptors. Note that during the Planning Commission meeting that I attended, we heard from county staff that in Fairfax County there have only been 2 complaints against data centers, neither related to noise. Secondly, the Fairfax County Noise Ordinance sets noise level standards at the receiving property line for all industrial uses, including data centers in the I-5 and I-6 districts. It is crucial to understand that the receiving property determines the limit, ensuring residential districts are well protected. In my professional opinion, these standards are equitable and practical, having served the jurisdiction effectively for decades. A zoning amendment which stipulates arbitrary setbacks and mandatory enclosure and/or screening is not an effective tool for managing noise. In conclusion, the existing noise ordinance is equitable and practical, setting an appropriate standard for the development of data centers in Fairfax County. There is no need to impose additional restrictions which only serve to limit development and design options. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Thank you. We're on speaker number 29, Stephen Chuluk, to be followed by Patrick Murphy as a call-in, Shane McClung, video testimony, and Kate Smiley in person. Welcome, Mr. Chuluk.
Good evening, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Stephen Chuluk. I've lived in Centerville since 1979. I'm president of the West Fairfax County Citizens Association, and I serve on the Joint Land Use Committee with Jeff Parnes. My comments do not have the benefit of reviewing the recent proposed changes by the county, so you'll have to bear with me. I'm trying to grasp the idea that the Board of Supervisors is content to permit the conversion of all I-5, I-6, let's call them industrial properties, to data center use. Isn't that what by right allows? When these zonings were established and applied to the properties, it could not have imagined that buildings of this size and that would require this amount of electrical power would be built on these properties. The buildings have numerous chillers and generators broadcasting noise into adjacent neighborhoods. Development of these properties would require electrical transmission lines to be run cross-county and numerous plants to provide the power. We would be living in an environment where the 10 warmest years in the 174-year record have all occurred during the last decade. Forgive my naivete. Could the Board of Supervisors decide that steel mills and oil refineries be installed by right as well? I realize that this is somewhat an apples to oranges comparison, but I think it makes a point. Some industrial locations are quite close to residential, and I do not believe such businesses should abut our residential neighborhoods. To my knowledge, we do not have any steel mills or oil refineries in Virginia, but we do have petroleum storage facilities here. I will remind you of the petroleum leak from the former Star Enterprise terminal on Pickett Road that was discovered in 1990. The event required substantial cleanup and remediation to the site and adjacent Mantua neighborhood. In October of 2022, there was a fuel spill in Leesburg from an overfilled generator belonging to Loudoun Hospital's Cornwall campus. Fire crews contained the fuel spill that polluted a stream and a creek, an effort originally anticipated to take several days to complete. It seems that the various boards of supervisors of the region avoid denying any proposal to build a data center, lest it be built in a neighboring county. Surely a blanket by right development ignores the need to consider the number of data centers already constructed or approved. How many data centers can the area handle? With the hundreds of data centers and the thousands of generators that would accompany these facilities, what happens if there's an area-wide outage? Do we really want thousands of power generators running at once? Could all these data centers threaten the grid? Could a competition arise between data centers and other customers, especially residential ones? Power densities are quite high today. In previous generations, concerns used to be limited to a local community. Increasingly, we are a global community. We're all linked by needs for food, clean water, clean air, and reliable electricity. We can no longer afford a laissez-faire attitude any longer. Today, there are more people and entities that represent barriers to such unbridled growth. I recall that one of the speakers at the July hearing echoed a question that I've been pondering. What is the purpose of zoning? One of the goals should be to segregate industrial uses from residential ones. People are asking for careful consideration to where data centers are developed, careful siting, sufficient setbacks. 200 feet is not enough. Careful landscaping and camouflage. People are asking for answers to the following. How many data centers do we need? How that number compares to our power and water availability, how an installation impacts the quality of life of the neighbors, how the local data center industry impacts our microclimate and microenvironment. You might expect community reticence about building large numbers of data centers in a warming environment. These data centers are not plain vanilla warehouses. Each data center and its proposed site offer their own requirements and challenges. These should be considered in a public forum where interested parties should be able to voice their concerns. Citizens are concerned about anticipated bad behavior by data center developers. In my separate letter to the Board of Supervisors, I identified several instances. Finishing up. 20 years ago, our neighboring county used to have a rallying cry, "Don't Fairfax Loudoun." In 2024, our rallying cry should be, "Don't Loudoun Fairfax." Once again, I ask you to listen to your better angels and put an end to this indiscriminate data center development. I ask you to retain the requirement that data centers be subject to public hearings. Such developments are potentially too large or too impactful on neighboring properties, on the electric and water infrastructure.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We're going to move on to speaker number 30, Patrick Murphy. Is Mr. Murphy on the line? Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and board members. My name is Patrick Murphy, and I'm a professional electrical engineer registered in 15 states, including the Commonwealth of Virginia. I have 24 years of professional experience and have been specifically involved with data centers for 19 of those years. I own Critical Power Consulting, also known as CPC, a utility power consulting firm that has been in business for almost 7 years. CPC helps large power users, 90% of which are data centers throughout North America, navigate electric utilities, overall process, and help developers obtain the power they need to support their projects. I testified in front of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors meetings earlier this summer. I want to briefly reiterate the points from those testimonies. Within Northern Virginia, all transmission infrastructure and most substation projects for data center power services are solely under Dominion Energy control. Dominion Energy has the obligation to serve since they are the franchised electric utility for most of the area in question. This is deemed as such under the Commonwealth of Virginia Code of Laws, Title 56, Chapter 23. Typical large data center power projects were taking at least 3 to 5 years to complete. We are now being told that the Dominion Energy power procurement process is upwards of 7 years. This is due to many factors: long lead time equipment for the infrastructure, the transmission and routing process, which in most instances requires a certificate of public convenience and necessity filing by the Commonwealth and typically takes 12 to 24 months. 12 of those months is for Dominion Energy to develop the filing, and the remaining 12 months is for state review and approval. Another factor for the new 5 to 7 year timeline is the land procurement for substations and transmission rights-of-ways. Dominion requires not only an approved site plan, but a lot of detailed information prior to starting any review of a potential data center project. Dominion now requires the end user to require land for a substation, whether it's on or off-site, unless there is power available in the immediate vicinity to satisfy the requirement. This also impacts the time and process as well as potential sites for data center development. By adding a special exception requirement to the site plan submission for any data center, this could now extend the typical 5 to 7 year timeline even further, which will force data center developers to look elsewhere outside of Fairfax County for their projects. Some comments specific to the proposed zoning ordinance changes. Proposed zoning amendment language suggests requiring and closing all power supply equipment. This is not practical as it would require additional cooling and mechanical equipment and will make data center building less efficient instead of relying on outside air to cool the equipment. Enclosing this equipment is a life safety concern and contradicts the county's plan to reduce noise emissions. Power supply equipment produces heat, and closing the equipment means that the heat will need to be managed, which means more mechanical equipment, which will then increase the noise. An incident such as fire, albeit rare, creates a higher life safety issue when enclosed versus open air. In conclusion, the sands are shifting below our feet on power procurement, which adds complexity and uncertainty to the process. This makes finding viable data center sites more difficult, and further imposing restrictions will only further the development of new data centers, which will provide ample benefits to the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are on speaker 31, Shane McClung, who has submitted video testimony.
I am the representative of the Lansdowne Community Association, which comprises of 619 homes with over 1,000 voting residents of Fairfax County who are deeply concerned by the impact of data centers on our communities. Your vote on the Data Center Zoning Ordinance Amendment will send the following messages to us as constituents. A vote to exempt unapproved data centers like Plaza 500 from enhanced protections is a red line that we will not accept. Special treatment to data center developers and multinational corporations that puts their financial windfall over my quality of life is an affront to us as residents and voters. A vote allowing data centers to not follow newer and safer noise pollution standards, such as a grandfathering clause, once the data centers are built and running, like the new Amazon data center on Loisdale Road, is a vote against the well-being of the constituents. A vote for by-right data centers is a vote to silence our voice. A vote for a minuscule 200-foot setback from residents is a vote for our physical, mental, and environmental harm from the known impacts of data centers against livable communities. A vote to allow data centers within a mile of the metro is a vote to undermine the community's commitment to smart growth and transit. The Board of Supervisors must require the inadequate, incomplete, and rushed Plaza 500 site plan application to comply with a new data center zoning ordinance. Pass the Planning Commission unanimously approved recommendation that requires any data center to be at least 1 mile distance from a metro station entrance. Pass the Planning Commission unanimously approved recommendation that all ground equipment must be 500 feet from residents or located behind the data center building. Require a special exception for all data centers, especially those in industrial districts adjacent to residential districts, and expand the residential setback to 1,000 feet. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Speaker number 32 is Kate Smiley. Kate Smiley, to be followed by Mary Bowen, Jason Stanford, and Timothy Pendergrass. If I've read your name, please make sure you're down here and ready to testify. We're on speaker number 32. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Evening, I think we can safely say evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Kate Smiley, and I'm Director of Virginia Government Affairs at the Data Center Coalition. The Data Center Coalition, or DCC, is a national membership organization based here in Northern Virginia that includes leading data center owners and operators. We are very grateful for the opportunity to have met with county staff as a part of their stakeholder outreach efforts in developing these recommendations. Fairfax County has traditionally welcomed data center development, and we hope to continue to grow the county's partnership with this critical, reliable, growing industry moving forward. As you all know, data centers are the backbone of the modern economy. They involve huge financial investments in buildings and equipment, with some projects exceeding $1 billion in capital investment. These investments enable the data-driven processes, goods, and services deployed by many other sectors of our 21st century innovation economy, including technology, advanced manufacturing, AI, cybersecurity, healthcare, and other key industries, many of which are also located here in Fairfax County. Let's talk data centers here in Fairfax County. Data centers here create thousands of construction jobs as facilities are built. They provide quality, high-wage jobs that support ongoing operations within data centers themselves. And data centers catalyze a larger ecosystem of small businesses. You've heard from one here tonight. I think they're known as Americans. Used to be G.I. John's. Everything from that company to restaurants, hotels, rental car agencies, fiber, HVAC installers, and many more. Across Virginia as a whole, data centers directly and indirectly supported more than 78,000 jobs last year. This industry is especially beneficial to Fairfax, given the county's economic makeup. An April 2024 study by the Northern Virginia Technology Council showed that nearly 1/3 of Fairfax County jobs are in technology fields that data centers support, including AI and cybersecurity. But beyond job creation and economic investment, data centers provide other significant community benefits to the county, including supporting the county's tax base and its quality of life priorities. From 2018 to 2022, Fairfax County collected more than $114 million in revenue from the data center industry. This growing source of revenue helps the county fund schools, parks, libraries, and other community priorities. Further data center investment in Fairfax County will provide additional support for these quality of life priorities. As noted in a recent Washington Post article, Loudoun and Prince William counties this year were able to allocate data center revenues to provide their residents with tax relief while funding their government priorities. Data centers are also significant economic development engines across Northern Virginia communities. In Loudoun County, data centers contributed $26 in tax revenue for every dollar of local public services they required. In Prince William, data centers generated $13 in tax revenue for every dollar of services required. For comparison, fiscal benefit to cost ratios for every other type of development rarely exceeded $4 for every $1 in services from the county. In considering the opportunity to grow data center investment in the county, we would note that the guidelines, as amended by the Planning Commission, suggest a relatively narrow aperture in terms of the number of developable parcels and the design aspects of the county may consider for data center projects. This very well may then limit the number of companies that invest in the county and the number of potential projects. Again, we are very appreciative of the opportunity to have met with staff as part of their stakeholder outreach efforts. And I, on behalf of the Data Center Coalition, very much appreciate the opportunity to offer comments this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 33 is Mary Bowen, to be followed by Jason Stanford, Timothy Pendergrass, and Reagan George. Welcome.
Good evening. As a longtime resident of Fairfax County and licensed real estate broker practicing throughout the Northern Virginia region, I am proud to live and work in an area which is highly regarded by many in our country and sought after by those considering moving to a place where the education is top-notch and real estate values continue to be maintained. Much of my role in helping people choose a home to live involves also choosing a lifestyle and a community in which they and their families can thrive. Much of what has been discussed this evening is that of a disruption in the quality of life for residents of our county that data centers which are too close to residential neighborhoods will bring unless the Board of Supervisors votes to pass strict regulations. For many of those who come to this area, they do so for their own personal goals. And our homes serve as our oasis and a retreat away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life in the Washington, D.C. area. There's no reason that any of us should have to come home in the evenings and weekends only to an extreme disruption of peace. A little over 3 years ago, I purchased a property that sits adjacent to the Plaza 500 location in the Mason district of Fairfax County. I can currently walk outside and see the industrial park just across the trees. In the distance, and this has a pending application to be turned into a data center. My neighbors have approached me to seek my professional real estate opinion on whether or not their property values will be affected by the possible building of a future data center. I know for a fact I cannot calm their fears about future quality of life. I have many family and friends that live in Supervisor Lusk's district. It's just over the line from the Mason district, and many of their homes sit within 1 mile of the future of Plaza 500. They too have expressed extreme concern over the future use of this area because of the major impacts to sound and quality of life. So in the words of Chairman McKay earlier this year, I urge you, the board, to approve the toughest, quote, strictest guidelines possible because we should be demanding the highest standards, the highest environmental standards, and we should limit the data center's proximity appropriately away from residential property. The long-range property values of people depends on it, and the planet depends on it. I implore the Board of Supervisors to unanimously pass the approved recommendations of the Planning Commission, which includes the full unapproved site plans, and those that have pending applications also need to meet these standards. No grandfathering in, please. Thank you.
Speaker number 34 is Jason Stanford, to be followed by Timothy Pendergrass, Reagan George, Matt Westover. If I've called your name, please come down closer and be ready to testify. Mr. Stanford, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jason Stanford, President of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance. The Alliance is a partnership of businesses, citizens, and community members and organizations who support investing in our transportation network to improve the quality of life and economic prosperity of our community. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic upended our region's economy and the transportation system that we all rely on. And today, we are still adjusting to our region's new normal. Currently, Metro Rail's average weekday rail ridership is around 60% of pre-pandemic levels, and the DMV Moves Task Force recently identified a $35 billion shortfall in funding for necessary maintenance of the system over the next 25 years, and that's just for Metro. At the same time, the office market that has long supported local budgets and transportation improvements in our community is struggling. Without a quick and significant pivot to strengthen Fairfax County's commercial tax base, elected leaders will be forced to make extremely tough decisions about the future of Metro, the Fairfax Connector, roadway, bike, and pedestrian improvements that our community needs to grow and thrive. Data centers represent a tremendous opportunity to flip the script and provide vital revenue for transportation and other essential county infrastructure. At the same time, data centers have a minimal impact on transportation in our community. Expanding opportunities for data centers in Fairfax County is clearly a win-win for the county and our region's transportation network. So please oppose any regulation that would negatively affect expansion of this important industry that is key to our region's economic and transportation future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Timothy Pendergrass, followed by Reagan George, Matt Westover, and Frederick Costello. And if I've called your name, please come down close to the front. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Supervisors, my name is Tim Pendergrass, and as the HOA Board President, I represent the community of Ridges at Edsel. I had the pleasure to address you in July, and I thank you for the opportunity to briefly speak tonight. We'll call it public hearing, the sequel. There are many experts in the data center field that you have or will hear speak tonight, and I'm sure that you've had many engagements and appeals from the developers and planners over the last few months. I appreciate the chance to stand as the expert for my community of residents. Our community is over 20 years old and is made up of babies and toddlers, school-age children, parents and grandparents, and four-legged friends. We also lie merely 200 feet from a proposed data center and electric substation at Plaza 500. If you think that I'm here to oppose data centers, you would be wrong. I understand the need for these massive structures, housing the computer systems and components that allow us to back up and store our data. And I understand the ever-growing consumption of data. I concede the benefit of jobs provided to build and maintain these industrial data warehouses, and I'll acknowledge that they provide a lucrative basis for income to the county. But as a resident, I will also state the obvious. These structures and their accompanying electric substations do not belong a couple hundred feet from a residential area. I'll point out that they're an assault to our senses with the light, pollution emissions, visual blight, and noise, like an airplane idling on the tarmac that never, ever leaves. And to those who would counter that the noise is low level, a professor of audio technology cautioned that low-frequency noise comes in long wavelengths that are not absorbed and are not able to be blocked, and we are affected by these wavelengths. The CDC warns that continuous low-frequency noise can cause hearing damage, stress, anxiety, and even heart disease. Not exactly something that should be allowed next to residential communities. Tonight, we, your residents and constituents of the county over which you preside, need protective measures to shield us from data centers being able to build without public discussion in our backyards. We ask that you please not abdicate your responsibility. We ask you to set an applicability date in the best interest of the residents that achieves the goal and purpose of the Data Center Zoning Ordinance Amendment. Setting that date for 31 January 2024 respects each of your districts, as well as the benefits and interests of the county. It also ensures that residents closest to the proposed data center build have a voice in the process. Shouldn't we have that? Our communities around Plaza 500 already know firsthand that the data center developers show no interest in engaging with residents. By right data center builds leave the residents most impacted with zero voice and leave you, the board, with zero control. In June, your Planning Commission voted to reject grandfathering on data center applications that are not yet approved. We ask you to do the same. Your Planning Commission voted unanimously for a 1-mile setback from metro stations without special exception. We ask you to do the same. In addition, we ask you to expand the residential setback to 200 feet, from 200 rather, to 1,000. I can easily toss a ball from the backyard and hit a data center 200 feet away, and I don't have a great shoulder. You can make the reasonable choice and ensure residents have a voice in this process. Use your authority across the county, place the safeguards of your residents above the monetary interests of the data center developers. Tonight is your opportunity to truly make Fairfax that gold standard to which you have committed, and perhaps a benchmark for the nation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Reagan George here? Come on down. And then Matt Westover, Frederick Costello, and then Robert Anderson, and Whitney Redding is going to be a video. One of those is a call. I did look over to the side. So anybody that I called, please come closer.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Thank you.
I was able to testify several months ago, and I'm probably going to just let my testimony then stand. I got to thinking about what was said at that last meeting, and the things that stuck to me were the idea of a setback and the idea of faux windows. I was born and raised in Houston. I don't know if you're familiar with the Houston geography, but east of Houston is a little town called Baytown. Baytown has 5 of the largest refineries in America. They also have a ship channel that runs right through them. They load, besides producing petroleum products like gasoline, they also load grain like rice and wheat, etc. Every 5 years, something explodes there. No matter what they do, something explodes. You can take a refinery and set it back a mile, and you'll still see it. You don't need to put faux windows on grain silos. The questions you all are trying to deal with is like you're trying to create a utopia. Be thankful that you don't have refineries and a ship channel running right through your city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Matt Westover.
Good evening, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you very much, members of the board. My name is Matt Westover. I am a resident of the Springfield District. I'd like to thank the board for its careful consideration of this matter. I'm here tonight as a resident of the county. I am also an attorney who practices in Fairfax in Northern Virginia, who represents and assists data center developers and operators in the county and surrounding jurisdictions. And I know the board heard from a lot of people back in July and a lot of people tonight, so I want to keep my remarks brief. But I'm here once again to urge the board that if it enacts any changes to the zoning ordinance tonight, that it also adopt grandfathering language or waiver language, transition rules, whatever term we would like to use for that, Supervisor Alcorn, to exempt projects that are currently in the site plan process but don't have a final approval just yet. As I believe this board heard from multiple people in July, the applicants for those projects have relied in good faith on the rules that this board adopted. They have made significant investments in those projects in the millions, sometimes in the tens of millions of dollars. Changing the rules at this stage in the game while those projects are in the pipeline could have significant consequences, not just on the data center industry. And I think multiple people testified in July as to the profound impacts that this board's decision tonight could have on other industries as well, from everything from affordable housing to other commercial development. Lastly, grandfathering language is not controversial. It's not uncommon. Within this past year alone, our neighbors in Loudon, Fauquier, Stafford have all enacted such provisions when they made significant changes to their zoning ordinance to address data center development. As a result, I again ask this board to do the same if it adopts any changes to the ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Frederick Costello. Oh, that's a call.
We were actually unable to reach Mr. Costello.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker in person is Robert Anderson. And then we'll have a video, and then Ann Bennett, followed by Thomas Cranmer and Ross Shearer, and then Scott Gorvette. So if anybody I called could be closer, that would be great.
Ready to go? Okay, this is going to be a lot less than 3 minutes. Members of the board, as with all industrial expansion, mass data storage does have its negatives. I am a neutral party and have no stake whatsoever in the establishment in data centers in Fairfax County. However, I do recall in recent years 2 major industrial expansions which caused ire among governments and the citizenry, projects which have proved to be beneficial. The first being the excavation of DC streets to run fiber optic cable. The government then insisted on confiscatory fees which could have halted the citywide project. Eventually, the fiber was pulled, and now can we imagine conducting business in D.C. or surrounding environs without the benefit of high-speed fiber optic cable? Now, the second one is more close to home. Is the second case I'll bring to you is the Dominion power lines, which were to have the deleterious effect of causing site pollution throughout the county. Now, I live right next to these power lines, and because they have the 300-yard valence period, the only site pollution I see are herds of deer, warrens of rabbits, an occasional counter with a fox, and a nesting ground for red-winged blackbirds. Now, if those power lines weren't there, we would see the urban blight, the 7-Elevens, the Waffle Houses, and other evidences of urban blight. Now, of course, data centers will not be a paradise. However, unlike big manufacturing or distribution plants like Amazon, malls, or office spaces, data centers maintain small staffs and therefore have no need for burdensome or more infrastructure like plumbing. And I asked the county to consider not putting so many burdensome regulations on our data centers. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we have a video from Whitney Redding.
Hi, my name is Whitney Redding. I'm with Friends of Homes Run, and I'm here tonight to speak to you about 3 reasons why Friends of Homes Run strongly believes that all data centers should be subject to a special exception process instead of by right ever. So we're standing right now in Turkey Cock Run. Turkey Cock Run is part of a stream valley, and the stream valleys throughout Northern Virginia are protected under the Chesapeake Bay Act. And the reason they're protected is because these stream valleys serve so many functions. You know, they protect us from our stormwater damage, our habitat and wildlife corridors, they sequester carbon, you name it. They provide a way for the birds to find their way when they're migrating. I mean, it just goes on and on. They filter the pollutants out of the wild water, which becomes our drinking water. You get the idea. Anyway, so the way the resource protection areas were set up in the 1980s is that 100 feet from either side of the stream is supposed to be protected from undue harms and development. So the first reason why we believe that all data centers should be special exception is because not all industrial districts are the same. This is actually Turkey Cock Run is this close, not 100 feet, but something much, much closer to what is already on this particular neighboring property, and which is proposed to be by right data center complex of 2 data centers plus a substation. So you see where I'm going with this? It's kind of like, if it's a by right, all the developers have to do is minimal improvements to things like stormwater, site-specific things like stormwater. But if it were a special exception process, that would give the county the leverage it needs to ask for better. I mean, 79% of this 10-acre property is supposedly in the resource protection area, and this is our one opportunity to help improve how stormwater happens so we become much more resilient for our future generations with how we handle our streams. Okay, second reason why we really oppose by rights is the substation. Way over there is right where that townhouse is. That would be right next door to the new substation. Substations are utilities. Utilities are exempt from the regulations of the resource protection area. So they have the right to go into the resource protection area with all their power lines. So obviously that would be an additional impact on the resource protection area and its ability to perform all its ecological services. The last reason I want to bring up for today of why we believe that resource protection areas should be protected through a special exception process from data centers just going wherever there's an I-5 is the townhouse community right across the way. So that over there is townhouse community, lovely homes, very high density. And it is a little farther away from the stream than where this particular property is. But in fact, the way it's situated now, this stream valley is kind of caught in the middle. It's kind of like stuck in the setback. And the people in the townhomes might think it's a relief because there's some beautiful greenery around, but in fact, instead of being affected by just one high-intensity human impact, the townhomes, this stream valley is going to also be impacted by this megaplex, as I like to call it. So instead of the buffer of 100 feet to either side protecting the stream, it's like the resource protection area is instead protecting one high-impact human, high-intense development from the impacts of another. And that was not why they were set up. So please do the right thing. Please make sure that there is no such thing as a data center that goes up by right, but rather that there's wonderful conversations happening to make sure that in the 7 years it might take for all of these data centers to come online, what with the power grid concerns, that's plenty of time to go through a special exception process and really get it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are now on speaker number 41, Ann Bennett, to be followed by Thomas Cranmer, Ross Shearer, and Scott Gorvit. If I've called your name, please be ready to testify. We're on speaker 41. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Ann Bennett, Sierra Club in the Mason District. Each time I come before you on this subject, the news about environmental impacts of data centers get worse. Let's start with Dominion's recent announcement that large data center projects could face a 7-year wait for power hookups. Relying on this sector for tax revenue is beginning to look risky. Then we have Dominion sharing last week that it has received requests for nearly 50 gigawatts, double the projection from earlier this year, 2024. This is shocking, but not really surprising if you track projects as I do. The energy required is the equivalent of a mind-blowing 50 new coal plants or 30 North Anna power plants. Whether Fairfax has 3 million square feet or 7 or 12, it's what's coming that matters. How many soccer fields, churches, and warehouses will become data centers, and how will they be regulated? Loudoun should not be your North Star. Loudoun's board figured out too late that by right approvals and weak regulation created problems for adjacent communities, carbon increases, an unbalanced mix of development, and now quality of life issues. Have you been to Arcola or Sterling or Ashburn lately? Unlike 2 or 3 years ago when we did not face this dire situation, this board now benefits from knowing the magnitude of the problem. And yet, as proposed, this COA is weaker than ordinances in neighboring jurisdictions Stafford, Fauquier, and Leesburg that now require special exception approval. We now know the extent to which green lighting glass data centers also means green lighting fossil fuels. With carbon emissions expected to at least double according to Dominion, we are reaching the point where this level of data center development has become a mitigation project, both for localities and the state together. In a few years from now, if the ZOA goes forward as is, I think your kids and grandkids, inheriting the legacy that these buildings will leave, might ask you why you chose not to use the power invested in you to place reasonable development conditions on these power plants, make a company like Amazon, one of the largest, most profitable in the world, go through the special exception process, as they do in other parts of the state, keep dirty diesel generators away from residential, update the noise ordinance to reduce the unique 24/7 noise impacts, require setbacks of at least 500 feet, require solar just even for the lights, keep data centers far enough from their schools, and that you chose to streamline by right approval instead of allowing public input and SE conditions on these projects, chose not to reduce the emissions associated with this industry while knowing data centers drive more carbon, chose to delay environmental performance standards and policies that could reduce energy and water use, opening the door for unsustainable new projects to be approved before standards are codified. To magically hope that the same companies who claim that even basic common sense zoning guardrails would be too onerous. We learned from CCAP, companies don't just line up to voluntarily cut carbon. In CCAP, you ask residents to help reduce the county's carbon footprint, but we can't accomplish that without you mandating meaningful environmental standards on these greenhouse emitters, and we will pay for it. Sierra Club and dozens of environmental organizations have asked you to do more, and now is the time. You've heard us advocate to strengthen the COA, including at least 500 feet setbacks, SEs, keeping data centers a mile from transit, placing toxic equipment away from people. We also formally ask you to commit tonight to a follow-on motion to expedite the adoptions of these policies to mitigate the significant carbon, energy, and water resource impacts associated with data centers and hold the industry accountable for them and their associated costs. You can now see why accepted applications also need to adhere to greater standards. In Sully, Amazon's 2 data centers under construction on EDS Drive, a stone's throw away from a playground, ball fields, and townhomes. How will noise impact those residents and children there? We all rely on you to represent our best interests when regulating these companies because we're the ones who will live with the consequences long after the developers are gone. Thank you for your work on this effort. I know it's complicated, but there is so much more you can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are now on speaker number 42, Tom Cranmer, to be followed by Ross Shearer, Scott Gorvid. Are any of those speakers here? Tom, I see Tom coming on down. Is Ross Shearer or Scott Gorvid here? Okay. Ross, why don't you come forward and testify? Tom, you'll be next right after him. I don't want anyone to fall here. Why don't we take them in the opposite order here to give you a moment, Tom.
I thought I was supposed to bring 14 copies.
You can leave those with the clerk right there. So we are on speaker 43, Ross Shearer, and we'll go back to speaker 42, Tom Cranmer, in a moment. Welcome.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm Ross Shearer. I live in the northeast quadrant of Vienna, where I've been for 41 years, so you can tell I'm at least 41 years old. So here it goes. Thank you this evening for taking on this ever-rising burden of data centers that they're imposing on communities. This is a big banks and a big data issue on an industrial scale. So the question is whether local self-governance will deliver for the people of Fairfax County or concede to the applicant's use of traditional warehouse zoning as its Trojan horse for shipping heavy industry into our residential neighborhoods. There are many concerns that have been presented, such as size, location, pollution, noise, and water. The very competent staff report lays a lot of this out. When it is required for data center cooling, water rises to the top among the concerns that I see. That water may be the same treated water that we require for drinking and cooking, bathing, and swimming. Most of our water originates from the Potomac. I recall summers when drought brought the Potomac's flow under Chain Bridge to a seeming trickle. What is the public response during severe droughts? Water-cooled commercial buildings can raise their thermostats. Residents can conserve. We can let lawns die back, bathe less. But do data centers slow down to process data more slowly and generate less heat, or will they have the authority, the national security necessity, the commercial economic significance under the Supreme Court's major questions doctrine to ignore local mandates to reduce water use? To borrow another classic metaphor, will these engines of the new economy become a transmuted armada of fire-breathing dragons that can deny us the essentials of life and demand human sacrifice? And that sacrifice is real. It's begun. Heat-related deaths are on the rise, with over 2,300 mortalities from hyperthermia in the United States last year. Clearly, planning properly for water crisis has arrived, and it must be accountable to the public. The data centers should be designed for the highest efficiency attainable today for cooling and for water use. Their daily consumption impact should be publicly reported, verified independently, including electricity use, water use, water discharge separately for treated water and stormwater, and the diesel engine running time. And the water discharge data should include information about mineral content and data operator additions to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now on speaker number 42, Thomas Cranmer, to be followed by Scott Gorvit and Renato Aronson. Welcome.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for everybody showing up at this late hour and waiting for the great debate. This is it's my second time that I've had a chance to talk about this subject, but I want to raise an important point. Since data centers are concentrated in Loudoun and Fairfax, this exposes us to nuclear war in a big time. This is a great target, not only the Pentagon, but also all the data centers. It's a huge problem. Nobody wants to talk about nuclear war except a handful of people. You should think about this. I've pointed this out several times about the importance of being prepared and getting enough water available for everybody, encouraging people to think about this. Jack Keane talked about this today. Tulsi Gabbard talked about it today. You got to listen to these people who understand what's going on. Now, one of the big things that also people get hit on an ordinary basis is with these data centers, the consumer tax impact. If you build a great big thing right next to you from a vacant lot, your property value goes up. Guess what? The taxes go up according to all of your assessors. And this is a real problem for anybody who lives right near a data center or a vacant lot where there's going to be a vacant center, a data center. So people should think about this. This is a disaster for a lot of people, but it's never talked about. These things take huge amounts of electricity. It can take such an incredible amount of electricity that it basically could break the electrical system. The transmission here in the United States is totally inadequate for this. I've been involved in electricity now for most of my life, and this is one of the most worrisome periods. We just don't build transmission. We don't build enough power plants. And these things are not just little things that require the cell phone electricity. It's a lot more. It's a huge amount. Also, it's a big drain on your water. Anybody who has payments to water, for water, have a real problem. My maid panics every time she thinks of using a washing machine because we tell her, well, I've just got a well. But every place where she works, this is a real problem, water. And these things take a lot. We need to make it clear that every data center should be reviewed in a forum where people can hear exactly what the facts are. Not just the size of the building, but all the other things that go with it and the costs to people who live near it. I thank you very much for considering my comments and giving my post another chance to talk about it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
We are now on speaker number 44, Scott Gorvit, to be followed by a series of videos, speaker 45 and 46, and then we'll be on to Bradley Duncan. If I called your name, please be ready to testify. Welcome, Mr. Gorvit.
Thank you very much, Chairman McKay, Kathy Smith, hometown supervisors on my team. Thank you for letting me speak in front of you tonight. 27-year citizen of the county. I'm not against data centers. I'm here to represent the support of special exceptions, SEs, so the citizens can understand the development that's coming upon them. I've titled my speech tonight by having the privilege and presence to come in and talk with the 5 team supervisors that I got to meet with earlier. It's perception versus perspective. It happened on the fly while I was working with the team. The perspective versus the perception. The perception in Fairfax County is that we're fighting over the data center development. But the perception of the Fairfax County citizens is the debate over the by right versus the SE affected our community. The Board of Supervisors' perception is more tax revenue for the county, more build out for developers, and if you buy here, you have a by right to develop. Your citizens' perspective and the stressors that are causing most of the conversations I get on a phone call when I'm trying to do things in my backyard is that they want the government, our hometown government, to do its role in protecting us and use the comprehensive plan and use the data center report to provide the citizens as much cushion as possible. The perspective that you're under as supervisors is the only people in the county that are doing the talking are the developers, not the citizens. The citizens' process is being cut out. The voice of the citizens is being left out. The media is picking up on it. The view of where you sit isn't pleasant from the citizen standpoint because we want the democracy to participate with the businesses that are coming into our communities. The perspective is, why rush when you have 2 to 5 years of electricity concerns in the build-out? The SE has plenty of time to work itself out. Perspective versus perception. The perspective of the citizens who have worked harder on deals and have seen many eyes and many ears on many processes know you get better outcomes. The perspective is that we know our land better. We know our communities better. We always have a better sense than the new people coming into the development path. The SE process, perspective versus perception, is already in place for ATMs, car washes, gas stations. What is the difference when you have 350,000 gallons below a data center and someone has to go through a special SE process for 20,000 gallons for a gas station? It's a conversation that allows people to work things out. So why can't that process be done here? The compromise that was proposed perception versus perspective was I-5 districts over 250,000 square feet be moved into the SE. The site plans submitted would be backdated, and they should be subject to the new zoning amendments. And from the chairman's point of view, we could waive county fees to offset what the attorney said that people have spent costs and time. Totally agree that they spent costs and time, but we have fees that can be waived to offset the people to protect them.
Thank you, Mr. Gorvit.
In conclusion,
your time has expired. If you could wrap up real quick. Here,
yes,
we got
sir.
a lot of folks that want to be heard.
Please amend your vote. Look for the I-5 size compromise, perception versus perspective. Thank you, home team.
Thank you very much. We now are on speaker 45, Renato Aronson, who has submitted video testimony.
Good afternoon. We are a family of 4 who live in the Brentwood community. We are sending this video to ask the board to vote on the side of the residents regarding the data center zoning ordinance. We are worried about the health of our growing family living so close to a potential data center. There are unknown health risks, and we feel like putting a data center so close to a residential homes puts our children at direct risk. My wife and I are born and raised in Fairfax County and hope to raise our family here as well. The construction of the data center will lower the quality of life for us and our families. Please consider your residents' strong consideration. Our community is full of growing families who share the same concerns. Data centers, like the one scheduled to be built in Plaza 500, are way too close to our homes and have other suitable locations that are not so close to metros and families who are raising children. Please vote on the side of your residents.
Thank you. Speaker number 46 is Eric Baumel, who submitted video testimony as well.
Board of Supervisors, thank you for letting us address this meeting. We are Lori and Eric Baumel, Fairfax County residents. We are parents, grandparents, and we're here in our home in the Brent Point development.
We request that the board require the Plaza 500 data center to comply with the new zoning ordinance to protect our county residents. All by right data centers applications accepted by the county after January 31st, 2024 must comply with the new zoning ordinance amendments. We all understand the need for technological progress and development. I am a practicing physician, software developer, and entrepreneur, and have also developed several small commercial real estate projects over the years.
Development needs to be site-specific and in character with the neighborhood. To shoehorn an immense data center within 200 feet of our pre-existing residence and other residences provide no conceivable protection for us and our neighbors.
The two massive 70-foot tall, 200,000 plus square foot buildings will not just be an aesthetic issue, but will provide continuous, disturbingly loud cooling system noise 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
The project's power demands would require Dominion Energy to build a high voltage substation right behind us with 123-foot high power transmission lines. The construction will be even closer to the Resource Protection Area watershed, beautiful Turkey Cock Run, right here behind us.
Projects of this scale should be sited with much more reasonable setback requirements, such as 1,000 feet from existing residences. This would provide protection for constant noise pollution, which will disturb our sleep, peaceful enjoyment, and property values for our neighbors. After construction is completed, data centers require very little on-site employment. Usage will provide negligible long-term job growth for the county. Our economy has evolving needs, but we need to balance smart development with protection for Fairfax County residents.
Supervisors, this is a legacy vote for the board. Please, please uphold your responsibility to the county's residents.
Thank you very much for your time.
We are on speaker 47, Bradley Duncan, to be followed by Tyler Ray, Brian Sterling, and Alicia Campos. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brad Duncan, and I'm an associate principal consultant with Kavanaugh Tachi, an acoustic consulting firm in Boston, Massachusetts. You heard from my colleague Doug Bell earlier this evening. I have a master's degree in acoustics, and I have 8 years of experience in assessing sound impacts from industrial and transportation sources in projects ranging from aircraft noise to battery storage installations. In recent years, I've consulted on multiple data center facilities, including some in Fairfax County. In the course of preparing for analysis of industrial sound sources, I've familiarized myself with dozens of state and local noise codes. A noise code like the Fairfax County Noise Ordinance benefits both developers and the community by providing unambiguous sound level limits as an objective standard for sound emissions from industrial projects. In addition, the Fairfax Code appropriately sets sound level limits with consideration for factors such as land use and the time of day. It is my opinion that the Fairfax County noise regulations define appropriate limits, which are clearly stated. In my experience, data center projects are successful in balancing the objectives of developers with the need for an acceptable sound environment for the community when 3 factors are part of the design process. First, the community has clearly defined objective standards to serve as goals for the developer to achieve. Second, the developer commissions a sound study to determine the feasibility of a design with regard to achieving these goals. Third, post-construction sound measurements are performed to verify performance and to identify any problems to be remediated. With regard to the proposed amendments, it is my opinion that some of the new restrictions would impose a burden on developers without providing an acoustic benefit to the community. First, a property line setback would not succeed in reducing sound levels at the property line or beyond, since the developer will design a project for compliance with property line sound level limits. Likewise, a requirement for an enclosure of facility equipment will not provide an acoustic benefit, since additional equipment to cool the enclosure will produce its own noise, and the project will still be designed to the sound level limits of the noise ordinance. In conclusion, it's my opinion that with regard to the sound produced by data centers, the community is best served by addressing noise through the framework of the existing noise ordinance. Additional requirements for setbacks and equipment enclosures do not, in themselves, provide additional noise benefits for the community. Rather, these should be left as tools for the developer to consider, along with other design choices, in achieving the goal of compliance with the noise regulation. Thank you.
Speaker number 48 is Tyler Ray, President of the Bryn Mawr Point Homeowners Association, to be followed by Brian Sterling, Alicia Campos, and Julie Stranley. Welcome.
Great. Good evening. My name is Tyler Ray. I'm the president of the Bryn Point Homeowners Association, directly next to the unapproved Plaza 500 data center application. I stand before you tonight asking you to put your constituents above out-of-control corporations, asking you to value quality of life over profit at all costs, and asking you as a matter of equity to provide residents the simple right to a public hearing and this board's review of massive data centers that your own county staff and the Planning Commission have said are not appropriate feet from residents. I'm asking you to require the 2 closest data center site plans to residents, the Word of Grace and Starwood Plaza 500 proposals, to adhere to the new zoning ordinance amendments. Requiring that the Plaza 500 and Word of Grace data center site plans comply with the zoning ordinance amendment is not basing countywide policy on 2 applications, but countywide standards should apply countywide and not arbitrarily exclude these 2 sites. Give our communities the same process and protections that all future data center applications will receive and that you've already provided to the Chantilly Premier Data Center. The developer of these two applications, Starwood Capital Group, has demonstrated time and again not to be a good faith actor and specifically targets sites directly adjacent to residents that other developers chose not to pursue. They're like the tech startups of the data center industry, seeking to come in, not play by the rules, and break things, but the things that they're breaking are our neighborhoods. Do not reward the bad acts that the developer Starwood Capital Group has displayed to the county time and time again. But don't just take my word for it. But listen to former Planning Commissioner Julie Stranley, who will lay out a pattern and practice of this developer to deceive the county when they were before the Planning Commission in 2022. They have proven themselves incapable of adhering to simple standards and are exactly the reason why this data center zoning ordinance is needed. This developer cannot be trusted to regulate themselves. Send the message that this kind of behavior is not acceptable in Fairfax County. Developers and the public alike have been put on notice as far back as May 2023 that data center requirements were changing. This was reaffirmed with the release of the data center report and recommendations on January 9th, 2024, followed by the key approval of the Chantilly Premier Data Center on January 23rd, 2024, where the county recommendations were cited continuously by many of you as a key factor for the approval. Not only did you provide notice, but you already began applying new standards to data center applications coming before the board. It should be no different with the by right applications of Plaza 500 and Word of Grace that were accepted after the data center report and recommendations and the Chantilly Premier decision. Let's be clear. We all had notice and we all knew what the expectations of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors were for data centers. The Planning Commission recognized this notice and need to act as quickly as possible when it unanimously passed its recommendations, which required unapproved data center applications to comply with the zoning ordinance amendment. Historically, this board has 93% of the zoning amendments by the Board of Supervisors, 631 of the 681 zoning amendments that have been done since 1978, required applications not yet approved to comply with new zoning ordinance amendments, and your constituents are asking you to do that again tonight. Importantly, according to Land Development Services, they made the deliberate choice to not provide a recommendation on applicability language in their staff report. Let's look at what other Northern Virginia counties have done. You heard previously from the representative attorney for Starwood, Matt Westover, tonight. Attorneys for the data center developers have cited examples of other counties, but they failed to provide the whole picture. They strategically omitted in their list of examples that Prince William County required all pending site plans to comply with new zoning ordinances when they adopted additional data center protections in 2019. They also failed to provide crucial context for other Northern Virginia jurisdictions that exempted data center applications from new zoning ordinances. They left out that when they made this decision, it was on the basis that those applications would be subject to public hearings and board approval, which is what occurred in Stafford County, or that were already subject to more stringent data center standards like in Fauquier County. And also importantly, let's look at Loudoun County. The Board of Supervisors just recently approved an intent to amend the zoning ordinance to require all data centers be approved under a special exception. So, to sum it all up, we have a situation where the Plaza 500 data center will replace a quiet office park and warehouse with a double the height, 70-foot tall, and 461,000 square foot data center. We ask you to go with reason, go with rationality, require both of these data centers to comply with the new zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 49 is Brian Sterling, to be followed by Alicia Campos, Julie Stranley, and Ethan Heinzelman. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and supervisors of the board. My name is Brian Sterling. I'm speaking on behalf of my neighbors in the Save Bryn Mawr Coalition. We ask that you adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation in full and only consider strengthening provisions to protect residential neighbors. On the issue of applicability, we believe it would be inexcusable to exempt pending data center site plans from any new standards you adopt tonight. Virginia Code repeatedly states that a landowner's rights vest only upon approval, including approval of administrative applications like site plans. The law is clear on the issue of submitted, accepted, and approved. Fairfax County's own systems follow this logic. The rules in existence at the time of approval control. Virginia law provides all the regulatory certainty and predictability needed. This table is the baseline for understanding the developer's request for special treatment of pending applications. These 6 site plans have been submitted and accepted for review by the county. No approval or disapproval decisions have been made as of today. The Planning Commission disagreed with the developer's request to exempt pending site plans from following the new rules. The Commission unanimously approved text affirming that an applicant owner may continue to rely on prior approval of their applications. This was a thorough, considered, and fair response, consistent with the overwhelming majority of county practice, as well as other neighboring jurisdictions. If the Commission's recommendation is adopted by you tonight, all pending site plans must comply with the new rules. Importantly, the Commission's recommendation is consistent with state law. In other words, because of the absence of text about site plans accepted for review, Virginia law will control. So we can have the same result tonight without any action on your part. A zoning ordinance amendment adopted tonight without any Appendix 1 applicability language means all pending site plans must comply with the new rules. At the last hearing, you requested staff develop language that would address site plans that have been approved or accepted for review on or before July 16th, the date of the hearing. This table shows the effect of the text prepared by the staff. 4 applications would follow existing rules, and 2 would need to comply with any new rules you adopt. To be clear, choosing an application date would be a departure from the baseline operation of Virginia law, the Commission's recommendation, and the true acts of neighboring jurisdictions that confirmed their pending applications would receive public hearings or otherwise be subject to heightened standards when they amended their ordinances. But if you would like to choose a date, we believe that January 31st is the best choice. Choosing an application date should be situation dependent. The date is unique and perfect to balancing the equities in this situation in this county. A date of January 31st accounts for site plans submitted prior to being put on notice that the data center requirements were going to change through the January 9th report and the January 23rd board approval of Chantilly Premier. Fairness means resisting the urge for a blanket exception. You should consider each of these 6 cases and the merits of when notice was given and expectations set. The further out you set dates to exempt accepted applications, the further and further away you stray from Virginia law, the recommendation of the Planning Commission, the example of other jurisdictions, and the loudly expressed desires of your constituents. Next month will be 2 years since Starwood Capital Group darkened our door. I'll never forget the first and only meeting they agreed to have with us. It was still when people were uncomfortable to meet indoors without masks. So we stood in their parking lot to talk about data centers and listened to promises to put up more speed signs and install curbs to limit traffic. Look, I appreciate your time and the consideration of my community's point of view, even though this may not be the most interesting debate to happen tonight. But in short, we're not going back. We're not going back to a time before the January 9th staff report detailing the significant protections that residents need. We're not going back before January 23rd when this board lauded Vice Chair Smith for successfully negotiating the Chantilly Premier data center proffers that set the example for highest standards. We're not going back to rewarding corporate greed when a developer tries to beat county government to the punch on reasonable regulations. We still don't have those signs and curbs, by the way. Don't take us back because we're not going back.
Thank you. Speaker number 50 is Alicia Campos. Is Ms. Campos here?
Hi, I'm on the line.
I'm sorry, you're on the line. We can hear you perfect. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Chairman and members of the board, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. My name is Alicia Campos, and I have been a proud resident of Jefferson Green for the last 4.5 years, a community I've grown to love and call home. I'm here today to advocate for the strongest residential protections against data in the Bryn Mawr community. To blame the data center issue solely on companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Google, or Cypress One is naively only looking at one side of the coin. We are also a part of the problem. A recent 2023 study found that the average human creates 1.7 gigabytes of data daily. That's the equivalent of 1,700 photos on your iPhone, or about an hour and a half of standard resolution video, and that number is only going up. I mean, think about it. Our lives today revolve around the use of our phone or having access to the internet. Work emails, Google Calendars, Amazon orders, music playlists, Netflix, Google Nest, your dating profiles, Ring doorbells, Uber Eats, TikTok, Instagram Reels. Our dependency on these apps is limitless. When we continue to rely on these services, we each create more data, which means we will need more data centers. That is why it's our duty tonight to set a precedent on where and when and how we position these data centers. As I was writing my testimony, I began to research, and I figured what would be best is to look for guidance from those who have actually experienced living near a data center. I came across a small community based in Chandler, Arizona that were inundated with data centers back in 2018. To learn more, I called two residential advocates named Bob and Kathy Devenbrook. They told me a story of how an approval decision made in an economic downturn had created a lasting environmental and financial impact on their residents. These issues surrounding the data centers have far outweighed the advertised benefits these companies once touted. They live about 1/8 of a mile from their nearest data center, which is about 700 feet away. They even have a major street separating their home from the data center, and they still face dozens of issues. From our short 25-minute conversation, these are some of the things that I learned. They explained the real issue is that the data center is dependent on a cooling system known as a chiller. These chillers run 24/7, 365 without any breaks. They explained neighbors closest to the data center felt like the noise had entered their homes like an unwanted house guest. They could hear the humming constantly. They couldn't sleep, and they had to use music or TV to drown out the noise. Bob explained his backyard, which was once his personal oasis, was ripped away from him. His sacred place to relax after work or to host barbecues on the weekends was now pushed back inside because of the humming noise being heard from blocks away. What concerned them most was the lasting financial impact on their homes and their community tax dollars. One resident trying to leave the constant humming started the process of selling their home. They learned they had to disclose the constant noise being made to any potential buyer. It made an already stressful situation worse and decreased the overall value of their home. At the beginning, the data center company promised to be good neighbors, but all attempts to address these constant complaints went unanswered, leaving the hundreds of complaints to be filed and reviewed constantly by the city. Throughout its creation of the data center, their local police department was dispatched dozens of times over the constant noise. We are on the brink of making the same mistake of the small Arizona community. To assume we'll have different outcome is nearing close to the definition of insanity. I asked them what finally made a difference, and without hesitation, they said it took just one city council member like themselves to listen and voice their concerns. We can continue to listen to corporate experts and theorize what life might be like, but let's choose to listen to real residents who have dealt with this issue in real life. So today, I'm discussing my neighborhood, but tomorrow it could be yours. We aren't moving away from data, but running towards it. Not addressing these concerns today is only going to make matters worse. I'm asking each of you to understand the weight and consideration of the precedent we set here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 51 is Julie Stranley.
Ms. Stranley will be by phone now, but we need to get her connected.
Okay. Why don't we're going to go through the rest of the ones listed here, and then we'll get to her. We only have a couple more. 52 is Ethan Heitzelman. Is Ethan on the phone? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Welcome. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Ethan Heitzelman, and I'm a resident of Fairfax County. And I agree with the benefits that the data center proponents have voiced today and in previous meetings. But I want to point out one extremely important fact. At no point in this meeting or any other meeting have I heard anyone say that they would like a data center built 200 feet from their home. The benefits of data centers already cited are great things, but at what cost will they come? At what cost are we willing to chase these potential benefits? Are you willing to pursue these benefits at the expense of current residents? I say build data centers in Fairfax County and build them wherever is appropriate. But please do not put a data center 200 feet from my home without giving me so much as a comment on the matter. Force data center developers to have a discussion with their future neighbors. That is the only way we will realize the mutual benefits, data center owners and Fairfax resident neighbors alike. I happen to work for a real estate developer, and despite Mr. Westover's warning about the signal you'd be sending to the data center industry if you do not grandfather Plaza 500 into our existing weak standards, I can tell you there is not a developer in the country who believes they will complete a major real estate development without having to work closely with local municipalities and adapt as required by those municipalities along the way. So with all due respect, Mr. Westover and his clients who are listening, I assume today, they are hoping that you are gullible enough to believe his warning. I'm also a CPA, so I want to make one quick point about data center impact on property taxes, which has been a popular argument for proponents of data centers. I have in my hand a spam text message I received several days ago, paid for by Digital Infrastructure for Virginia. It reads, "What would you do if your property taxes were lower?" Well, I'll tell you the most likely thing I would do is lose money on the sale of my principal residence. Even if property tax rates are lowered, the amount of property tax paid by each resident will continue to increase as long as our property values continue to increase as well. At current Fairfax County property tax rates, every $1,000 I pay in property tax equals roughly $89,000 of property value as assessed by the county. I offered that information to put the property tax question in perspective for my fellow Fairfax County residents. Lower property taxes should not necessarily be our end goal here. We could get property taxes down to zero by making our houses worthless. And if we surround our houses by data centers, that is exactly what will happen. Now, if Mr. Westover or anybody else proposing data centers be built 200 feet from our homes is willing to take on the loss of property values for those of us impacted, then maybe we might have an alternate solution. But I am assuming nobody in the audience right now is nodding their head, although I'm not there to see it. So if anybody is, please let me know, and I will connect them with them directly.
Thank you, Ethan.
All this is to say.
Thank you for your testimony, Ethan. Your time is up, but thank you.
Time?
Yes, you are, but thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
We are now on speaker 53, Barbara Comstock, to be followed by Vince Dale, James Hart, and then we will go back to Julie Stranley. Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here for Net Choice today, and I've been here before for both the Planning Commission and your previous meetings, and have discussed how my legislation, when I was in the General Assembly, allowed these tax incentives that have allowed the Commonwealth to become second to none in terms of data center development and revenue, not just in Virginia, but around the world. In 2023, data centers in Virginia supported $31 billion in economic output. In 2022, data centers paid $40 million in taxes to the Commonwealth and $1 billion to local governments in Virginia. The data center industry is the backbone of our thriving tax sector in Virginia, which once again enabled Virginia to be named the #1 state for business by CNBC for the record 6th time. And the revenue from data centers is also vital to our top school system, which also received high marks from the CNBC ratings. And as you know, 4 of the top 6 capital investment companies build data centers, investing close to $100 billion, which is more than energy, telecom, pharma, or manufacturing, with that investment trend continuing to grow throughout the U.S. And as been discussed tonight, data centers pay large amounts in taxes while placing few demands on local public services. So as the county's January report on the industry pointed out, data centers produce positive tax revenues, job creation with good wages, and few impacts on the transportation system or schools, and Dominion Energy indicated that the same report that data centers growth does not pose a risk in terms of reliability to residential or other customers on energy. So as I previously testified, the benefits to the state and the county of data centers really diversify the tax base. So today I would like to associate myself with the previous expert testimony here that has pointed out that the Planning Commission recommendations did go too far in going beyond the staff recommendations. So these regulations signal that the data center industry, that they aren't, welcome, which runs contrary to the, Virginia, being in the enviable position of being best in the country for business. Therefore, I would like to align with the data center experts' recommendations and support for the original staff recommendations on the 200-foot setback, because any greater distance will decrease the aperture for future projects. And also I support a metro radius restriction of a half mile or less to avoid limiting data center development. And then I also do support that the grandfathering of the sites already in the site plan review process to prevent setting a precedent that negatively impacts on future economic development. So again, I appreciate your analysis here, and also, as you know, the industry does work well with both our business community and our educational community. So thank you again for the opportunity to discuss with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 54 is Vince Dale. Vince is here, to be followed by James Hart, who I see as speaker number 55. 56 will be Julie Stranley. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Vincent Dale, and I represent Carter Machinery. We are the local Caterpillar equipment dealer, so we've been serving the area and our customers and communities since 1927. We sell and service and take care of the generators that are used in these data centers. I've served for 25 years at Carter. It's been my pleasure, and we do our best in all aspects to take care and be mindful of communities and aspects of that. We service data centers not only here in Fairfax County, but also all over the nation. Many employees that we have are residents of Fairfax County, so I also want to represent them, that we work hard to do our best to be mindful of the community, the residents there as well. There's a lot of concerns about generators these days. Today's generators are subsequently cleaner than data centers of the past. Caterpillar has developed and researched technology over the past few years to make those generators much better, much cleaner, much better for the environment. So they are always in enclosed areas. So why is that good? It's safety. It's also security. It's airflow. It's noise reduction. Surrounding counties have recently amended their zoning ordinances. As part of that zoning ordinance amendments, county officials have grandfathered existing data centers. The projects have been submitted applications and are under review. Not grandfathering these existing projects sends a bad signal to the business community and to the data center community, and will deter some future developments. So it's vital for Fairfax County to go ahead and bring those in, and those that are grandfather those in. So Carter, we support 100% data center development and believe that the industry is continually improving and working to make more improvements to better provide service and for all the stakeholders, including the communities. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Speaker number 55 is James Hart, to be followed by Speaker 56, Julie Stranley, by phone. If you are here and you have not testified and you wish to, please make sure you come down and sign in with the clerk off to the far right of the dais. So if you have not testified and you would like to, please make sure that you are signed up. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jim Hart. I live at 6504 Trillium House Lane. Watching this process is a bit like watching a Greek play. You have a general sense that things are going to end badly. The kings and queens are all doing the wrong things, but they can't help it. No matter what spin is put on this zoning ordinance amendment process ends in failure if data centers remain a by right use. Someone had asked, what's the difference? What difference does it make between a special exception process and a by right use? What do we get? You get two big things. You get the benefit of the green building policy, and you get citizen engagement. The green building policy sets expectations for a level of excellence in development applications. It provides a context for discussions about the details of an application and mitigation of impact. But it's not part of the ordinance. It's only in the comp plan. It is irrelevant on by right development. It never kicks in. And despite all the press releases about the county's strong commitment to the environment, maybe the intention is to exempt data centers, consistent with the Gartner Report mentality. The Gartner Report several years ago was a wrong turn for Fairfax County, a package of recommendations to streamline and speed up development approvals, provide flexibility, and be more business friendly. That streamlining, of course, came at the expense of citizen engagement and environmental protection for the last 4 or 5 years. But filthy, high-impact uses like data centers warrant evaluation in the context of the green building policy, and that is your responsibility. Without a special exception process, without consideration of green building objectives, what is required is only the rock bottom minimum, not the level of excellence we expect and deserve. The second big issue is citizen engagement. Notice to neighbors and an opportunity to be heard should not be streamlined away by a consultant's recommendation. The board should welcome with open arms constructive citizen comments at public hearings which may improve an application and help mitigate the impacts. It disrespects citizens and advocacy groups to cut them out of the process and leave data centers by right. Citizen engagement over the last few years has been minimized through ZMOD and other initiatives abolishing public hearings, making uses by right, or administrative approvals. But data centers, a significant change in regional land use, deserve a more nuanced scrutiny than a classification as a by right use. Public hearings may lengthen your meetings, but again, that is part of your responsibility to the county. I'd ask that you make data centers a special exception use in all zoning districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 56 is Julie Stranley. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Julie Strandley, and thank you for the opportunity to testify by phone. I just had rotator cuff surgery, and I really appreciate the consideration. You may remember me. I served 2 terms as the Planning Commissioner for the Mason District. From 2015 to 2022, I served alongside Jim Hart, and I agree with everything that he had to say in his testimony just now. I joined thousands of other Fairfax County residents and voters to strongly support the Planning Commission recommendations, including the affirmation that the new gold standard rule applies to all submitted but not yet approved applications, including but not limited to Plaza 500. This would be consistent with Virginia Code 15.2-2307 and would not grant the multi-billion-dollar data center venture capital fund special treatment on the backs of Fairfax County residents and taxpayers. In addition, all data centers should be subject to a special exception process. As the Planning Commissioner for Mason District, I handled the Plaza 500 case and the October 2022 public hearing. I was also at that site visit mentioned by Mr. Sterling previously. If you review the submissions, the Plaza 500 Property Owners LLP is actually kind of a front for the data center developer Starwood Capital. Starwood CEO Barry Sternlich and his team screwed up. They paid $91 million over assessed values, and no one closes on property until the rezoning is approved. Now they are begging the county to bail them out with special treatment. A few lessons to be learned from that public hearing. During the hearing, Fairfax County staff told us that these massive data centers should be subjected to public engagement due to their massive impact. Second, the public hearing exposed Starwood's true intention to build a by-right data center. The public hearing allowed us to get to the bottom of this. They stated in their justifications, their community meetings, and their public testimony that they only wanted to rezone the I-3 portion of the property to I-5 to improve leasability. Their overall lease rate was already 92%. They thought they could fool Fairfax County officials and residents into agreeing to a rezoning so they could build a massive by-right data center next to homes and the RPA. When they declined to proffer out a by-right data center, I told them I had the votes to recommend that the board deny the rezoning request. They immediately asked for an indefinite deferral. And public records even show that they were already working with Dominion for a substation. Earlier this year, Starwood submitted an application that was accepted for review, meeting minimum requirements, but was so poorly done, it was returned to the applicant. They only recently submitted a staff-required update. Plus 500's application has not been approved, and they have no vested rights. Tyler Ray, the HOA president at Brent Point, sent you all a memo documenting the Virginia Code statutory requirements. Today, the county attorney and staff confirmed his assertion. The board has the authority to require unapproved data centers to comply with new rules. I have repeatedly said the Brent Point advocacy is among the best and most reliable I have seen. I said this in November of 2022, and I maintain that today. To put things in perspective, the Chick-fil-A on Little River Turnpike required an FE. A data center on the Plaza 500 site and all data centers must be subject to an FE.
Julie, thank you for your testimony. Your time expired a while ago, but appreciate your testimony.
Could I add one thing?
Very quickly, please.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that, and I had timed myself, so I guess I spoke slowly. As the planning commissioner, I led the effort to remove the racist Jim Crow term grandfathering from the zoning ordinance. Please keep that in mind, and please do not exempt unapproved data centers from the new rules. Thank you.
We are going to go back to speaker number 16, who I understand is here now, has arrived, Susan Swiatek. Hope I'm saying that right. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I come before you just as a taxpayer in Fairfax County who sees the real estate values going up and up and up, but also the taxation going up and up. And I really turn a jaundiced eye towards the fact that the citizens voted down the meals tax when it was presented to the voters, but yet the board has now decided to go forward with a meals tax. And what I bring that up because it seems like the octopus tentacles are always looking for more money. But the way you could get more money is to be more business friendly. And I really support the concept of data centers. We all need more data centers. We all want more power, but we don't want the power station built in our backyard. We all want to use our gaming and our AI, and we know that cryptocurrency uses blockchain technology. That involves an awful lot of transactions to make it real. And I just want to say that I think we had some testimony today about mitigation efforts about sound. We had testimony in other directions saying, don't look at a data center that was built 7 years ago and say that's the way it has to be. I mean, every year there's innovation, and I think we should lead the world with this innovation in Fairfax County and say, yes, we can build a data center that will have a footprint that can be acceptable to all parties. Maybe not everyone, but it will be reasonable. And also, we had the acoustic expert here today saying there are ways to make the sound not be so loud. So I think it's a fallacy to look at something that was even built 10 or 7 years ago. Technology moves very quickly and very, very efficiently. And let's look at all the options. Don't close the door on data centers. I mean, Loudoun County might have made some missteps here and there with some people are unhappy, but it's 30% of their tax base. So let's not turn our backs on it. Let's not do a meals tax. Let's try to, spend within our budget, be reasonable, and let's be business friendly here in Fairfax County. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have 7 more people who have signed up to speak, so I'm going to call them in the order that they signed up. Please be down here and ready to testify. Jim McDonald, Perry Hogan Young, Terry Clower, and Lynn Strobel are the first 4. Welcome, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Chairman McKay and members of the board. My name is Jim McDonald. I work for Miratech, a global IT and services and consulting company. I've had the pleasure of working for Ameritech for 20 years and bring with me 35 years of experience in the industry. My main area of focus is generators, a critical component in the development of data centers. I testified in front of this board on July 16th, and my testimony is public record. I just wanted to briefly reiterate a couple of points. Generator technology has come a long way. Fairfax County does not need to mandate generators, as the EPA and Virginia DEQ standards are already pushing the industry to use cleaner and more efficient generators. There is nothing further that Fairfax needs to do. Today's generators are achieving 90 to 95% reduction in emissions, and clients I work with are already using these generators, which underscores the industry's commitment to sustainability and environmental stewardship. Furthermore, generators are already fully enclosed. The enclosures provide equipment protection, offer better security, provide better airflow management, and reduce noise pollution. Despite their critical role in data center design, generators are in a supporting role. Generators typically only run 15 to 20 minutes a month for testing. This is a very limited amount of time that the generators are run during the year. Testing is typically during usual business hours to limit the impact on community. Safety and reliability are also paramount. Diesel tanks are double-walled and equipped with leak detection systems, ensuring that there are no spills and any leak is quickly mitigated. In my experience, working with generators and diesel tanks, I've never encountered a leak issue with modern double-walled tanks. I would hope the board considers these facts when making their decision this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Perry Hogan Young, to be followed by Terry Clower, Lynn Strobel, and Holden Foxworth. Welcome.
Good evening. This is a letter I wrote to whom it may concern of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, etc. As far as I know right now, I think that the best change to Fairfax County zoning regulations concerning data centers in our area might possibly be to not change them. The reasoning behind this potential decision just might be because of ongoing revenue concerns. I think that we probably know that these data centers might appear to be capable of generating a significant amount of revenue to the county without requiring the increased spending that other development of those areas just might require. Under those other various circumstances, which just may be rather difficult to predict for most people. Therefore, I would suggest voting no on the proposed zoning regulation changes. Thank you for considering my ideas on the matter. Sincerely, Perry Hogan Young, 6507 Skylark Trail, Centerville, Virginia, 20121-3842.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Clower, to be followed by Lynn Strobel and Holden Foxworth. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. McKay and members of the board. I'm not going to take up much time other than just to remind you of the letters and information that we had sent. My name is Terry Clower. I am the director of the Center for Regional Analysis and the Stephen Fuller Institute at George Mason University. I am also the Northern Virginia Chair in Local Government, which I found out recently actually was originally called the Fairfax Chair in Local Government. Interesting. But as we've heard many different views, and particularly on the impacts of data centers on property values from many. As I stated to you in summertime, we've done the analysis. We looked at all home sales in Fairfax County in 2023. We statistically modeled those factors that affect home sales. We got about a 90% explanation rate on the value changes, and data centers have no discernible impact at all on property values of what was sold in Fairfax County. That suggests to me that existing zoning may be working. More importantly, and as I expressed to you, I'm very concerned about the direction of our regional economy and the economy of Fairfax, that we are no longer as competitive as we used to be, and that data centers represent an infrastructural component of the economy of the mid-21st century, and we need them here if we want to compete against other regions of this country, the Dallas area, parts of Florida, Arizona, Ohio, etc. If we want to be successful, we need the infrastructure that is represented by the data center industry, and I would hope that we can address through policy and through technology many of the concerns that our citizens have about these. But again, we need to see growth in that sector, if for no other reason than the tax base is currently under some stress, and between what we're going to have to do to keep Metro active and what we're going to have to do to keep the services and amenities in this community as high as we need them to be competitive, we need that tax base. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Strobel, to be followed by Holden Foxworth, Brad Gray, and Daniel Ben Chitrit. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Lynn Strobel. I'm an attorney practicing in Fairfax County. I've been doing it for a number of years, and I just would like to present 4 points, if I may. I know you've had a long day, so I will be brief. I just want to say, first of all, that I do not support or agree to requiring a special exception for data centers on land zoned to the I-5 and I-6 districts. I think we need to remember that the I-5 and I-6 districts are the most intense industrial districts in the Fairfax County zoning ordinance and permit many uses that I think arguably are more noxious than data centers. And I also would like to point out that not only are the I-5 and I-6 districts kind of the places where we should encourage data centers, but there's not that many areas like that in Fairfax County for development. This will not become Loudoun County. I just want to make that clear. Number 2, reasonable setbacks would be appropriate. I want to point out that staff recommended a 200-foot setback. I would also point out in the current zoning ordinance, the greatest setback required, and that's for interstate highways, is 200 feet. So I do think that a 200-foot setback remains reasonable. Number 3, I want to touch on the importance of grandfathering, and I apologize, maybe there's a better term for that, but I want to say that a developer who has invested a significant amount of time, money, and effort in the submission of a site plan should be permitted to complete the process under the regulations in place when that site plan was submitted. I think that is basic fairness. It doesn't matter if it's a data center, if it's an office building, if it's a residential building. And I think that is some of the concern that you hear from members of the business community, because if you don't provide some sort of protection in this instance, what's to stop not providing protection in another instance? And then lastly, I will just say that I do believe the Fairfax County economy needs data centers. We've all seen what the market has been for office in recent months, recent years, and I do believe that it's something that will benefit Fairfax County when doing the budget, and that's also a use that there's clearly a demand for. As was mentioned by one of the most recent speakers, we all want to have cell phones, we want to have storage for our photographs, we want to use AI, but we have to have a place to store that. And so that is something that is needed in Fairfax County and will have the benefit of providing revenue. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 62 is Holden Foxworth, to be followed by Brad Gray and Daniel Ben Chitrit. Welcome.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Holden Foxworth. I actively work in the data center industry, and I currently pursue and develop data centers in both Fairfax County and across the United States. As a continuation of my previous testimony, I'm here to express my support for the continued development of data centers in the county. Tonight's decision is a crucial step toward ensuring this community remains competitive, economically resilient, and future-focused. Data centers are the backbone of our increasingly digital economy. As more businesses, schools, and government services move online, the demand for data storage and power and processing power grows exponentially. By embracing data center development, Fairfax County will position itself as a leader in the technology space, attracting high-paying jobs and investments that will benefit the local economy for decades. As the birthplace of data centers, why not Fairfax County? From my experiences in jurisdictions across the country, I can confirm that Fairfax County's current zoning ordinance imposes some of the strictest regulation in the country. To be clear, if unreasonable regulation is imposed, the data center industry will relocate to other jurisdictions and out of state where legislators are scrambling to incentivize development. And with this migration, so will go the benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 63 is Brad Gray, to be followed by Daniel Ben-Chitrit. If you are here to testify and you have not already testified, please come down and sign in with the clerk. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Board. I'll be very brief tonight. I am a Fairfax County resident. First off, my name is Brad Gray. I am a Fairfax County resident as well as a business owner. I have previously testified in front of the Board. I'd like to reiterate my support for by-right data centers in Fairfax County and the jobs and tax revenues they provide, especially in the I-5 and I-6 districts. They should be welcomed, and new taxes like the proposed meals tax should be rejected. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, and our final speaker that I have at this point is Daniel Ben-Chitrit. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll also keep it brief, seeing as it's getting late and I spoke last time. Just wanted to kind of reiterate a couple of things that I heard today. So the first thing is businesses are for profit, right? They lay people off, they cut corners, they do things to make the shareholders value. That's always going to be their incentive. They're not there to make the neighbors happy or the residents that they might be impacting happy. They're there to make money. And so why should we let them regulate themselves when, if we know that they're only going to do things that are in their best interest, not the best interest of others? It's also on the, and I don't know the right term outside of grandfathering, but the idea of precedence, right? Saying, hey, you know, if you put it in now, you're going to be changed. It kind of goes both ways. If you don't allow those changes to happen, what you're basically telling businesses is, as long as you know that something might be happening, you can just ram something through quickly to get it in. It's not approved yet, but you've made you've put it in, and now you're just basically telling the developers, well, as long as you get something in before we make those changes, you're in the clear. So I think the precedent can be dangerous going both ways. I want to point that out. And then the last thing, and I think that just came up, you know, there might be other potentially worse things that could be added in the I-5, I-6 zoning. That's what I think I just heard. And if those things are going to be put in 200 feet from a residential backyard, we should increase the zoning restrictions on those as well. We shouldn't just say, oh, because other things are valued right now, we should just allow everything. We should put ourselves to a higher standard. Also, according to zoning ordinance 4102.7.n, I believe, it actually says the shortest, or the smallest setback currently is, I think, 400 feet for sawmilling. Not 100% sure on that, but that's the information that I just got from the zoning ordinance myself. But I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. And that is the end of our speakers who have signed up in advance, or I guess we're getting some more. Let me ask, while we're doing that, the clerk, if anyone is on the phone.
Yes, there are 4 people on the phone.
Okay. Okay. Was she signed up before, or just signed up just now? Okay. The 4 people who are on the phone, have they been on hold for a while?
Not for too long. 2 of them had been signed up to speak and were not present in the auditorium,
okay.
And 2 are call-ins.
Okay,
recently.
so let's go with Melanie McCormick, who's here in person. We'll take her testimony, and then we'll go to the phone lines. And you will be speaker 65, Melanie McCormick. Welcome.
Thank you very much for squeezing me in. This was very impromptu on my part, but wanted to introduce myself. My name is Mel, and my partner and I bought a home in Bryn Mawr in early February. Now we were not aware of the Plaza 500 situation. Otherwise, to be honest, we might not have purchased our home. We work in tech consulting. We understand the good, bad, and the ugly of data centers. We understand that they are a trade-off in the technology space. We make part of our living from big corporations that value the services. But we don't know what we don't know. And the one thread that ran through every person who spoke up here today is that there are still outstanding questions. And it would not hurt to take a pause and look at each different potential development as it comes and make sure that it fits for that community. So I am not for or against data centers by and large, but I'm interested in leaning on our County of Fairfax, Virginia representatives to make decisions on a case-by-case basis, taking my interests as a resident to heart when they make those calls. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And if we could please get the name of the first caller.
Yes, the first caller is Isabella Hale, and she was speaker number 18.
Speaker number 18. So we're going to go back to speaker number 18. Okay. Ms. Hale, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hi. Hi, Mr. McCabe. Hi, Board of Supervisors. I was employed in the IT field for more than 20 years, and lived in Fairfax County for over 30 years, and I'm a graduate of George Mason University in science and IT, and my son also is employed as a software principal engineer. I'm a UVA grad. So we have an invested interest in having data centers. And I am now retired from the field, but I do remember vividly back when data centers were leaving Fairfax County for lower taxes and lower regulation areas right after the Y2K and year 2000. So now that high-tech companies are looking to build more data centers in Fairfax, we, the residents and employees and employers in data technology, should be more welcoming by seeking to lower tax rates and deregulate the current zoning regulations, which cause the loss of jobs and revenue in Fairfax County. So my approach to this is a longtime resident of Fairfax County and a taxpayer. The Fairfax County Supervisor Board at that time, when I was in the field, and apparently there's a lot of still controversy from what I've just heard, drove away a lot of businesses by the massive amount of regulations and taxes in the county. And so I would just like to say, let's not repeat that same mistake again. Let's build more data centers and use their tax revenue to lower tax rates for everyone. And let's try to bring in high-tech jobs and draw more big high-tech businesses to Fairfax County. We need to build an attractive and better economy in Fairfax County. And let's not chase it away with additional burdensome local government regulations. And I just want to add in there, I didn't know that you could say, I'm against the meal tax. I'm against the meal tax. So thank you for your time and attention to this important matter. And have a great evening, because I know everybody's looking forward to hearing the debate tonight.
Or just getting some sleep. Let me ask the clerk if you could announce the next caller for us.
Yes, the next caller is going to be Robert Rafferty, who was number 27 on the list.
Number 27. Mr. Rafferty, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll make it really quick because there is a big media event, big presidential debate tonight. So maybe that will even put you to sleep. But anyway, I live in Centerville, Virginia. My wife and I have been long-time residents here. We went to high school, Annandale High School, went to George Mason. I work in the area of corporate finance. So Fairfax County is one of my favorite places to be. And I really appreciate your work. But I'll make it quick and brief. And I just wanted to give you this testimony to you all, to the Board of Supervisors, on whether or not to pass this additional regulation on data centers. Basically, I'm asking you to oppose the new regulations on data centers, which it's a very promising, high-tech economy sector of the future. And data centers can bring in a lot of revenue on their own and also be a magnet for other high-tech businesses. And then those businesses are, magnets for other businesses. So I'm hoping that this will continue the momentum in Fairfax County, and I really appreciate this opportunity to hear me out. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will have the clerk announce our next caller.
The next caller is Human Chavez, who will be speaking as an individual.
Okay. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Good evening. And I'm a Franconia District resident, and I live right off of Route 1 corridor. So I know what excessive noise is like on a regular basis. And I know what basic restrictions in engineering designs, noise can be controlled. That being said, board, please consider your ethos. You all are smart individuals. You've got your degrees, and you know what the impacts are for data centers in Fairfax County. You all understand what they will do to our environment, resource usage, waste, heat generation. The cost of it will bring to utility users, which is everyone, and the list goes on and on and on. Consider your ethos. Are we prepared to deal with the pros and cons? Can we really guarantee that data centers will add revenue to the county's budget? If so, of course, more money to help with county services and our schools sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. But if this will take place, there's a lot of room in that Springfield district, especially in Fairfax Station and Clifton, where these centers can go. I'm hearing a bunch of people speaking today stating all the reasons under the sun of how these data centers will be so beneficial and help our budget. Well, by golly, if you're going to bring data centers here, put them in your backyard. Stop trying to put them in Cassie's district in Sully and put these burdens on her and her residents where many of her residents don't want them. It seems like your supporters want them. So don't hold back. Put them in your district then. You don't want more affordable housing, especially in your district where we need it. So what do we need to do? If it comes to it, we need to come together and compromise. The data center should go under the special exemption process. And if there's more property tax dollars that come to our county, please guarantee that some of it will go to services and affordable housing. And I pray to God that you'll do the right thing and use some of that unoccupied land in that district I talked about earlier for this housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have more callers?
We do. We have one more caller, Joy Waller, who is speaking on behalf of the North Franconia Civic Association.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi, this is Joy Waller, and I'm testifying on behalf of the North Franconia Civic Association because homes in our neighborhood are directly across the interstate from the potential Plaza 500 data center. We support the strongest possible protection for residents. I haven't heard all of the testimony this evening, but I'm always confused because why is it that the data center industry representatives who seem to be out in full force tonight never seem to say that they live anywhere near one and they're totally fine? No one is saying that data centers aren't needed. We're saying that reasonable regulations are needed to protect the residents. We know that the county wants the tax dollars provided by data centers, which is reasonable and understandable. But without the reasonable protections, those tax dollars are going to come at the misery of the residents who live near these data centers, like the Bryn Mawr neighborhood. The Plaza 500 data center should not be grandfathered. All pending data centers and by right data centers, like the Plaza 500 data center, should be required to comply with the regulations you enact this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have any additional callers?
There are no additional callers.
Okay. And let me just verify nobody else here present who has not already testified that seeks to testify. This is a public hearing. Seeing and hearing no one, let me go back to our county staff for closing comments and a recommendation.
Thank you. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on June 5th, and on June 6th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the amendment with the text as shown in the staff report dated May 17th, 2024. And where options are included, the Planning Commission recommended option 1, but with the changes to the residential setback and the metro setback that I mentioned before. And the Planning Commission, as we previously discussed, did recommend adding provisions relating to previous approvals to Appendix 1 of the zoning ordinance. Now, after listening to the testimony, staff would like to offer that an additional sentence could be added to the provision for the enclosure or the screening of the mechanical equipment that would require, in addition to the enclosure, excuse me, or the screening where that's not possible, that all ground level equipment could be required to have a visually solid wall or barrier to further augment that visual and noise mitigation. Thank you.
Okay. We are now going to begin questions from board members. And let me just start by putting one on the table because I just want a clarification. There's been a lot of discussion about by right and not by right. Carmen, can you clarify the zoning districts and circumstances where data centers today are currently permitted by right, but would require a special exception if this amendment is approved?
Sure. So while the amendment is structured to encourage data centers to locate in the heavier industrial districts of I-5 and I-6, it also does result most likely in more special exceptions because the I-4 is added to the standard that sets a maximum size of 80,000 square feet. So anything more than 80,000 square feet in I-4 would require a special exception. And then in all districts where they are allowed, and that's the C3 and C4, those are your commercial office districts, but only up to 40,000 square feet by right. And then the I2, I3, and I4, they're allowed, but again, only up to the 80,000 square feet. And then in I5 and I6, and the PDC and PTC, in all of those districts, there would be the requirement for the minimum distance from residential and the minimum distance from metro. And if those are not met, it would also trigger the requirement for a special exception. So the amendment tries to strike a balance between encouraging them to locate in the heavier industrial districts while also requiring more special exceptions in certain circumstances. And I will also add that it's also it's true in all cases for uses where if there's a proffered plan or they need a rezoning, as was the case with Chantilly Premier, that of course requires an application before the board or an increase in floor area ratio or an increase in height, as was with Chantilly Premier, that also requires a special exception. So there are different circumstances which can cause an application to be brought before the board.
But it is staff's contention that if we do not adopt these changes, there are far more opportunities for by right development in our existing ordinance than would be allowed under this zoning ordinance amendment.
That's correct.
Okay. Other questions? Other questions that board members have? I can't be the only one that has a question after all this testimony. Someone think of one. I know it's late, but I know we've been at this for a while, and we've had an opportunity to ask many, many questions. I just wanted to. I'm trying to respond to some of the testimony that we received, and I just wanted to make sure that nobody is leaving here thinking that if this zoning ordinance amendment is approved, that there are more by right opportunities in Fairfax County. In fact, there will be less. And I just want to make that clear because it probably is not clear to many people based on the testimony that we received. Supervisor Palchik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is following a little bit on your question. I'm looking at a chart we were given with districts with the most areas where by right is permitted. I don't know if you've seen this, but my assumption that this is solely looking at the zoning district and not any of the other specifications. I'm just looking at Providence, and I know that while we may have I-3, I-4, I-5, that the majority are either close to residential within that mile of metro, which currently there are some, as well as, I assume this does not include the other items that you've mentioned that the proposal increases the need to go to special exception for a lot of reasons beyond just the zoning type of that district. I don't know if that made sense. I think it's easy to look at just the zoning, but there are so many other overlapping requirements that this is probably not accurate of all of the areas within each district where by right would be allowed.
Yeah, that's correct. So there are the use-specific standards that are going to affect whether an application needs to come to the board for a special exception.
And more restrictive than what is being assumed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Bierman to be followed by Supervisor Walkinshaw.
Through the special exception process, can you regulate carbon emissions?
Well, I don't
it's
know.
an easy question. The answer is no,
I will
folks.
say that through the
No,
special
you can't.
exception process, we do typically obtain commitments for LEED certification.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the generators, which are subject to DEQ, and you can't regulate it through the special exception process.
Correct.
So anybody who says that you'd get the generators out of special exception process, you couldn't get that out of that.
Right.
Correct. Through the special exception process, how about regulating water usage?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
I'm asking about what we can do through development conditions and what we can't do through development conditions. And I could have waited, but I wanted to ask some questions because, frankly, I said this in my newsletter. I've said this in conversations with many folks in this room who I've met with. But there are lots of things which people have been sold as achievable through a special exception process that aren't achievable through a special exception process. So that's really important, I think, for everybody to understand about what we're looking at here. And I could ask more questions, but I've obviously made my point. Go ahead.
Supervisor Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on precedent and applicability dates. I mean, maybe for the zoning administrator, could you share with us what is this county's and this board's precedent with respect to zoning ordinance amendments that make a zoning category much more restrictive? As I think most of us would agree, this one does. It circumscribes, to use the term that from a frustrated member of industry, reduces the aperture for data centers in Fairfax County. What is our historical precedent in terms of applicability of pending applications in zoning ordinance amendments like that?
Leslie Johnson, the zoning administrator. When it really depends on the amendment and the broadness and the scope of the amendment, to your point. The examples, when we're trying to make it, and I was actually scrolling through our legislative history this evening to kind of look back and see, okay, because one of the speakers talked about, the number. And for the most part, the vast majority of our amendments are more permissive, meaning they allow somebody to do things that they're not allowed to do, or that we're trying to harmonize our ordinance with the state code, or things like that, where we would be preempted anyway. The amendments the big amendments that come to mind years ago, the RC amendment, where we put some restrictions and created on the RC district and what you could do in there. the CNI district, which was in the late 80s, early 90s, that reduced the FAR and the building height for office uses in industrial districts. And we had a lot of exemptions for applications that were in the process, and the county did have to address a multitude of lawsuits. And we also talked about the fact that if you had proffers, those proffers would supersede. More recently, I think, and of course, this is an example, and we look at that. I mean, we're trying to, ultimately, it's the board's prerogative. It's the board's decision, as the county attorney had earlier said. We always look when we're drafting text and what the implications will be. Our goal is to try to not make nonconformities, because those are always difficult to deal with and they could last for a long time. And we also look at trying to keep people whole. I mean, if they're already in the process, we see that with application fees. When we increase our fees, we look at that, and if you've gotten your application in and submitted, for the most part prior to that date, then you get to use the lower fee. I don't know, but so I think our precedent has been that we are more permissive and in our ordinances, and we are very careful about the exemptions that we provide and look at the overall impact. But ultimately, it's the board's decision, because it's part of the legislative process, and and staff will help guide and make recommendations and give you facts in order to make that decision. Is that helpful?
So this is a difficult question, because, and I have some follow-ups on this, because there was a number cited earlier about the board's history on this, and I think it's complete apples and oranges for the reasons you just said. We consider hundreds of zoning ordinance amendments. Some are very small, and as you said, some zoning ordinance amendments permit a new use to be established in the county. Well, in that case, obviously, we want applicants to come in under the new use. And so there's plenty of times where we're doing something very different than this zoning ordinance. So looking at those raw numbers doesn't really tell you anything. I guess the question I have is, you're absolutely right. We generally try to prevent non-conforming uses from existing. They cause lots of challenges for owners, for neighbors. And so I want to ask this question. If a non-conforming use, hypothetically, one of the data centers that is approved under the old standards is built to the old standards and wanted to come in to modernize that facility and bring it up to the new standards, it would have to come all the way through a special exception application to make potentially improvements in technology and other things to the data center. And so a non-conforming use would be, in fact, disincentivized from potentially making some improvements, because they might have to weigh that against coming all the way back through a special exception process and open up the entire use once again to a whole new public hearing and process. And so one of the challenges with a non-conforming use, and I've run into this where they exist in the county, owners of these properties want to make reasonable improvements to their property, only to find out in doing that they have to come all the way back through our county process. And so instead of rewarding potentially good behavior, we in fact put another hurdle in the way of them to come through the process. Is that something that is fair to say?
Yes, we've seen that. Again, I think that each case is different, and it depends on what they're asking for, because sometimes it might be very minor, and it could be gone through the process. And we've tried to amend the ordinance for minor variations. You had one today to again accommodate some of those smaller type changes without having to go through the whole process. So, we are looking, but yes, I would agree with your statement.
And let me ask another question. It is typically our practice when one files a site plan with the county that the zoning ordinance under which that site plan is compared or evaluated against is the zoning ordinance that's in effect the day the site plan is accepted by the county? Is that the general practice of the county?
Yes.
In other words, if you submitted a site plan today under today's zoning ordinance and it was changed at a later date, our general practice wouldn't be to go back to that applicant and say, now you have to go back and change your site plan because the board just changed something, and now you have to go back and correct that in your plan with site plans.
And that's why we have some of the exemptions, and it really depends on what the issue is. And, you know, when you're talking about, especially when you're talking about adding additional standards onto an existing use that we already have in the zoning ordinance. As a matter of course, I think we would do that research just to see what, because the board's going to ask us that question, so we would do that research. But, you know, they would, when that application is filed, they would begin their review under that ordinance that is in effect at that time.
Okay. Okay. Other questions? Board members have other questions? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, at this time I will close the public hearing and recognize Supervisor Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a single motion with multiple parts. I move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the proposed zoning ordinance amendment for data centers as set forth in the staff report dated May 17, 2024. Where options are presented, I move that option 1 be adopted, except for the following. The proposed standard for screening of equipment in subsection 4102.6.A, 1 in parens, be revised to read. To provide visual screening and reduce noise levels, any equipment necessary for cooling, ventilating, or otherwise operating the facility, including power generators or other power supply equipment, must be fully enclosed, except where determined by the director not to be mechanically feasible based on the manufacturer's specifications. If the director determines it is not mechanically feasible to fully enclose the equipment, it must be screened by a wall or similar barrier. In addition, any equipment as referenced above that is located on the ground and any accessory electrical substation must be screened from view from abutting lots and from rights of way by a visually solid wall or a building. This standard does not apply to solar panels. The proposed standard for a minimum distance from residential in subsection 4102.6.A, 4 in parens, be revised to read. 4. Minimum distance from residential. A. Any data center building must be located at least 200 feet from the lot line of an R district or a property developed with a residential use. B. If located on the ground, any equipment for cooling, ventilating, or otherwise operating the facility, including any power generator or other power supply equipment, must be either 1. Located at least 300 feet from the lot line of an R district or a property developed with a residential use, or 2, separated from the lot line of an R district or a property developed with a residential use by the principal data center building. C. Lesser distances may be allowed with special exception approval in accordance with subsection 8100.3. D. For the purpose of this provision, an R district does not include an area within a public street right-of-way. And in the proposed standard for a minimum distance from a metro station in subsection 4102.6.A, 5 in parens, 1/2 mile is changed to 1 mile. I move that the amendment to chapters 112.1 and 112.2 of the County Code take effect at 12:01 a.m. on September 11, 2024. And I further move that Appendix 1 provisions relating to previous approvals, subsection 2.b, be updated to include the following language for the data center zoning ordinance amendment. Data centers. A, any site plan for a data center accepted for review on or before July 16, 2024 will be reviewed based on the provisions of the zoning ordinance in effect on July 16, 2024 if 1, the site plan is approved by July 16, 2025, the approval remains valid, and 3, the uses, features, and structures are established or constructed in accordance with approved plans and permits. An approved plan may be revised notwithstanding this amendment if it does not aggravate conflicts with the amendment. Building permits and other related subsequent plan and permit submissions may be accepted, and new approvals may be granted consistent with the approved site plan. The applicant/owner may elect to have the above applications reviewed in their entirety under the provisions of this amendment. B, for all applications for rezonings and related development plans, special exceptions, site plans, or building permits that include a data center approved on or before July 16, 2024, the applicant owner may continue under their previous approval. Subsequent plan and permit submissions may be accepted and new approvals may be granted consistent with those approvals. Revisions to such prior approvals may be approved if they do not aggravate conflicts with this amendment.
Second.
You've heard the motion and the second. Discussion on the motion. Discussion on the motion. Let me start with Supervisor Smith, and then we'll go around.
Okay. So we have had a lot of community input through this process, and it's been beneficial to staff and to the board. When we started this process, we knew there would be parts to the process. We decided to start with the zoning ordinance, which we could achieve in a timely manner. Staff is working on the policy plan and the comprehensive plan, and will be able to look at what should go in there. We also asked staff to come back to us with information about substations, and so we have more work to do. We're not done today. Carmen, you have this so internalized when you listed all these things. I'm very impressed. We have increased the standards in the zoning ordinance. We've removed permissions in the PRC district, town center and convention center, conference center areas. Also, planned districts will require special exception approval. Equipment screening was added to all districts to provide screening and reduce noise. In the we added I-4 to the I-2 and I-3 that already have a maximum size of 80,000 square feet of ground floor area, but there is an SE possible. There's a new standard for 200 feet setback from property with residential use. The distance from metro is 1 mile. That is something new. It's new that we have a noise study for by right and SE prior to site plan approval and prior to the non-residential use permit to show compliance with the noise ordinance. It's new that we have building designs such as facade variation, faux windows closer to residential requires variation in massing. And with the issue of exceptions, this is something that the board typically does. When somebody is in the process, whether it's a data center, whether it's a church, whether it's any kind of building that somebody's coming through, there's an expectation that they will be able to follow through with the process they started with. And, we did have caution over this. We did say that July 16th was the date we would have first been able to act. And so we put it out there because we didn't want people to just come in with applications. And so we wanted the applications to be accepted. And so we did add some guardrails when we talked about that. I list some of those other things in the zoning ordinance because I think so much of the discussion became around the I-5 and I-6 district. And this zoning ordinance purposely is putting them there, but we added protections in the other districts. And I think this is really important work. Our job is to balance. It's never going to be perfect in everybody's eyes. To me, this zoning ordinance balances, it adds protections, it reacts to things that we've heard from the community about noise and distance. And I hope my colleagues will support the amendment. Thank you.
And it should be stated at this point, I know Supervisor Smith, you have later a follow-on motion.
Yes,
so I do want to make sure we make note of that, and folks stay tuned for that. Supervisor Bierman.
May I ask that follow-on motion be read right now, because I think it is a critical component of what we are looking at today. And I think it's worth, as we are discussing what the current motion is, that people also understand what we have in the follow-on motion.
I have no objection to that if the maker of the motion wants to read that at this time, too. I mean, it is wholly pertinent, and probably many of the comments that several of us want to make will be about it as well, yes. And then we can consolidate our comments about both the main motion and the follow-on motion. Yes. Supervisor Smith.
I can do that now that I have my sip of water. Okay, so here's my follow-on motion. This zoning ordinance amendment is a step forward in regulating data centers, but there is remaining work to be done. My follow-on motion includes several parts to direct staff's next steps in the consideration of approaches to address the impacts of data centers. As we know, energy demand and transmission are regulated by the state and are major topics for data centers. The state's Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, JLARC, has been directed to study data centers, and they will be providing the report by the end of the year. That study will include, among other items, an assessment of the impacts of the data center industry on energy demand in Virginia, including the state's ability to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. The study will also review how zoning and regulatory restrictions can affect data center development. At the county level, we will also want to continue to review the energy efficiency of data centers. Regarding water quality, concentrated salts from evaporative cooling systems discharged from data centers and other facilities are a concern within the service area of the Upper Occoquan Service Authority, UOSA, as the wastewater is discharged to UOSA's treatment plant, which discharges the treated water to the Bull Run River upstream of the Occoquan Reservoir, a major drinking water source for Northern Virginia. A salinization study of the Occoquan watershed is underway through the Occoquan Watershed Monitoring Lab, with results expected in 2025. The county's wastewater ordinance provides sufficient authority to require pretreatment and monitoring of industrial wastewater discharges, should that be advised by the research and required by UOSA. The initial phase of community outreach for the policy plan amendment to the comprehensive plan is complete, with the second phase of community outreach and topic-specific research underway. This plan amendment includes the opportunity to review and update the land use and environment elements of the policy plan. This effort will likely include important considerations for additional guidelines for data center applications subject to rezoning or special exception approval. This review should include an evaluation of the measures that industry is implementing to address energy demand and other environmental issues. Staff anticipates public hearings for this plan amendment in the fall of 2025. The need to review county permissions and standards for substations has been previously identified by the board, including as part of a joint board matter with myself, Chairman McKay, and Supervisor Jimenez in March. As a result, the consideration of zoning ordinance revisions for electrical substations has been included as a priority 1 item on the zoning ordinance work program. Therefore, I move the board direct A, the Department of Planning and Development, DPD, to review the energy efficiency commitments of data centers that are approved by right and by rezoning or special exception, including data centers approved before and after the effective date of the amendment. The review should include an assessment of commitments to LEED or other green building certifications for data centers across the county and report back to the board within 12 months of the effective date of the amendment. B, DPD to consider additional guidelines within the land use and environment elements of the policy plan to address land use and environmental issues related to data centers, including water demand, water quality, air quality, noise, and other topics in conjunction with the ongoing policy plan update. C, Department of Public Works and Environmental Services to monitor the to monitor the wastewater issues and concerns identified collaboratively by Fairfax Water and the Upper Occoquan Service Authority, and to report back to the board with any findings and recommendations from the salinization study as it becomes available. D, DPD to present information to the board's Land Use Policy Committee this fall on potential changes to permissions and use standards for electrical substations. Thank you.
And that motion is also seconded. So for purposes of discussion, let's discuss both the recommended motion for approval and the follow-on motion. Supervisor Bierman.
So first off, I want to thank Vice Chair Smith for all of her work on this and for taking the views and the thoughts of members of the dais into not only her motion, but her follow-on motion. I thought it was really important to also read that follow-on motion because in addition to what Vice Chair Smith was saying about setbacks, what she was saying about 1 mile from Metro, what she was saying about reducing, and I think the words that were used by people who testified was reducing the aperture. I think Supervisor Walkinshaw said that as well. Those were all things that were bargained for as a part of this process to create a compromise, but also along with that was to set us up for the future for what we can and what we can't do through a zoning ordinance amendment alone. In my view, and I've said this to lots of you who've come and talked to me, and I wrote it in I made a rookie mistake as a new member of the board. I wrote 2,500 words in my newsletter on July 18th. You can read it with all of my thoughts on this. Don't ever write something that long. But in my view, a lot of the things that people think the special exception process will get them, it will not. I think it's nice that Loudoun County has now decided that it can throw in a special exception process and it's going to change everything. But the ironic thing was one of the people purporting to want a special exception process here noted that in Loudoun County they're now complaining because the special exception process didn't even change anything. It didn't even slow down, data center, development. It certainly didn't fix the environmental problems created by data centers. It just didn't. It did not fix the environmental problems created by data centers, and the environmental issues are not going to be fixed by a zoning ordinance amendment. They're not. Now, to me, one of the key and important questions here. And I said this at the Chantilly Premier event. And let me step back for just a second and make a note of the Chantilly Premier thing. Personally, sitting up here, I thought that the outcome in Chantilly Premier was excellent. What's very funny to me is the people sitting in the room that night who now come in and say the outcome in Chantilly Premier was excellent did not that night think that the outcome in Chantilly Premier was excellent. They did not come here to say that we should approve that. I point that out only because, to some degree, that tests one of the assumptions that was made to me in a conversation with a resident who said, well, the special exception process will give us a voice and we will feel better, so maybe you're right. But I will point out that the result in the special exception process, like the result in that case, is that there will be data centers that will be approved that you will still be mad about, or that you will still think were not approved with enough development conditions. It is not a panacea. And the zoning ordinance is not a panacea to deal with some of these problems. Now, one line that I put into my extremely lengthy newsletter was that I agreed with a lot of what I was hearing across the spectrum, and I had certain disagreements across the spectrum as well. The folks who came in from industry and sort of said, well, just trust us, it's all going to be fine, the generators are perfect, it's going to... No, I don't agree with that either. That's why we have a follow-on motion to try and verify, to try and look at what the actual, next stage of data center development in our area accounts for. Another thing I said at that Chantilly Premier thing that I was thinking about up here is the question of, I said data centers were sui generis, so term for unique. And when it comes to power usage, there's sui generis. There's nothing like them. And I agree with that. What I think I might disagree with in respect to a lot of the testimony tonight is what they are sui generis as a land use case. You know, in I-5 and I-6, you can put a crematorium without a special exception. You can put an Amazon fulfillment center without a special exception. And I can tell you, if you care about noise in your neighborhood, living next to an Amazon fulfillment center is going to be a heck of a lot louder than a data center. What I think we have done here is I think we have tried, and you can tell me that we got the balance wrong, that's okay. We have tried to figure out a balance between all of these competing issues. We have tried to figure out, if we're going to have data centers in this county, where are they going to go? Where does it make sense for them to go? And we have tried to say that if we're going to have data centers in this county, what are we going to do to ensure that over time we do not end up sitting here in 10 years or 15 years and regretting it? What are we going to do to make sure that we have tried to be at the forefront of this issue? Because, by the way, they aren't built here, they're being built somewhere. They are being built. So this idea of, oh, you don't put it here, so you've saved all that, you've fixed climate change by not putting it here, they will be built somewhere else. Although with some of their tax revenue, we maybe can address a lot of the things in CCAP that we don't right now have money to address. So I think that Vice Chair Smith has done a very good job here, bringing together a lot of voices, coming up with a compromise. I want to thank everybody who has testified. If you think that it doesn't matter that you came and testified, you're crazy, because we actually did sit up here and listen to all of you. And again, my 2,500 word newsletter will show that I was listening to you. But what we have come up with, in my view, is a worthy compromise that is going to move the county forward right now, and that is going to put in place processes that help us get better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bierman. Supervisor Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank everyone who has participated in this process. I think there was only one speaker tonight from the Braddock District, but I want to thank her for coming. And, you know, I sat down on my computer and watched the entire Planning Commission public hearing, and have now got to hear this hearing twice. So I feel like I've got to know all of you a little bit, those of you who've been here 3 times, but I do appreciate you participating in the process. I wanted to just ask a question, if that's all right, about the follow-on motion, maybe of staff, but possibly of the maker. Item A in the follow-on motion that directs DPD to review the energy efficiency commitments of data centers, et cetera. I just want to confirm, and you know, they tend to operate behind the scenes, but our Office of Energy and Environmental Coordination has been part of the data center team from the beginning, supported the staff report work. I just want to make sure that in this review of energy efficiency commitments, et cetera, that they will be consulted and be part of that process to support DPD in that effort.
This is Corinne Babak with the Department of Planning and Development. Yes, we will coordinate with OEEC on that review.
Okay, great. Thank you. One of the early speakers said, if a data center were being built next to me, I'd want stronger protections. And I think we all agree with that. And this zoning ordinance amendment provides stronger protections than exist today in very significant ways. As has been said, it circumscribes where data centers can be built. It limits where data centers can be built in Fairfax County. It limits the size of data centers in most districts, and it limits the height and the density of data centers in all districts. It requires screening and enclosure of equipment, and I appreciate Chair Smith for incorporating this from the Planning Commission. It ensures that equipment will be further from residential districts, if not on the other side of the data center structure itself. It establishes a setback from residential districts, as we've said, It establishes, quite frankly, a very significant 1 mile radius from Metro, and I would challenge anyone to look at our Metro stations on Google Earth and draw a 1 mile circle, and you'll see a lot of land uses there on the ground and planned that are not transit-oriented development. A lot of industrial use within a mile of our Metro stations, and data centers won't be one of them. Requires an upfront noise study, again, a requirement that doesn't exist today. So if a data center were being built next to any of us, you want to have these stronger protections that this zoning ordinance amendment provides. I want to just speak quickly to the energy efficiency elements of this, which have been a focus of mine throughout the process, and Supervisor Bierman spoke to a bit. I have asked a few times about the ASHRAE 90.4 standard versus LEED, and have spent a lot of time on this. I will just say one of the speakers said that absent the applicability of the green building policy that we could get through the SE, we would be at, quote, the rock bottom in terms of energy efficiency. And the good news is that is not true. That is not true. One of the things we've been doing on the legislative committee that I've been doing for the last 5 years, and Chairman McKay and others were doing longer than that, was trying to encourage the Commonwealth of Virginia to adopt stronger building codes. And somewhat to my surprise, they actually have. They adopted the IECC codes for commercial buildings, and importantly for data centers, they adopted the ASHRAE 90.4 energy efficiency standards, which is not the rock bottom of energy efficiency standards for data centers. Actually, it is one of the strongest and most influential energy standards that exists. And engineers and experts will debate this. You can read the papers on the 7th and 8th page of the Google results, as I have. There's a debate around this, but some would say they're stronger than the PUE standards and stronger than the energy efficiency commitments you can get through LEED. Most states, including our neighboring states, have not adopted that ASHRAE 90.4 standard. So all things being equal, a data center built here in Virginia is going to be more energy efficient than a data center built in most other states in the country. Now, I think the follow-on motion is really important because I want to know the delta between data centers that are built by right to the ASHRAE 90.4 standard and data centers that achieve a LEED certification. I want to know how many by right data centers are achieving a LEED certification because of commitments that they've made as a business or not. And I think the follow-on motion will help us to do that. But we will not be at the rock bottom when it comes to energy efficiency based on the existing code in Virginia. That's a piece of good news. This has been a hard process. This is a difficult issue. But I think when you look at it, what we are doing here, and you heard the frustration from industry, it is limiting where and how data centers can be built in the county. And I've heard talk about other jurisdictions in the region and what they might do. They haven't done that. Loudoun County, and wonderful members of the Board of Supervisors there in Loudoun County, they have talked about doing what we're doing here tonight. They have talked about perhaps requiring SEs on all data centers or eliminating by right data centers. They have disagreement on their board about that, and maybe they will do it, but they have not done that. Prince William County has not done that. So we are leading. We are setting an important standard here, and I assure you, in addition to the policy plan, this is not the last time we will talk about data centers at this dais and on this board. I think this is a strong step in the right direction that will protect us from some of the challenges that our neighbors have felt. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lusk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll first acknowledge that there is a very significant push and pull that we are evaluating these requirements around as we are thinking about what those requirements will be on new data center construction here in Fairfax County. I'm going to harken back a number of years. When I first started working at the Economic Development Authority, and this goes back to 1998, I was hired to be the e-commerce and internet person. So during that time, which is kind of fascinating, Fairfax County was the East Coast switch for the internet. So half of the world's internet traffic went through 8100 Boone Boulevard, and it flowed out to the West Coast and out into Palo Alto, California. Now, this was a pretty significant period for Fairfax County. When we think about the growth of the county, we were the epicenter for broadband, telecom, and data. The sectors that were driving this economy at that time were companies that were growing and expanding: MFS, UUNet, PSINet, AT&T Broadband, and eventually this little company called Verizon sort of popped up in about 2000. What happened is, because of the significant growth that was occurring, we had lots of data centers, Tysons, Reston, Herndon, Chantilly, all over the place. But because of the expansion of that growth, we saw that expansion going out into Loudoun County and also into Prince William County. And what we've also noted is that the underpinning for our economy today continues to be data, it continues to be telecom, and it plays a pretty outsized role, specifically as it relates to what we see with AI, what we're going to hopefully see with quantum computing, and then, again, all the data needs that are being surrounded by so many devices. And as you think about it, as I look at my own colleagues here at the dais, phones, laptops, and iPads, all the things that we're using are going to make that even greater. What we've also seen is that as some of the larger companies have grown into this market, so you think about the Googles, the Microsofts, the Salesforce, as those companies have grown in this market, they want to be closer to these data centers because there's something called latency. You want to reduce your latency because you want to be as close as you can to ensure you have a faster connectivity. So again, what we've seen with the Economic Development Authority is the growth in AI, quantum, and space are areas that we're very focused on. In addition, you think about sensor technologies, we talk about autonomous vehicles. All of these things are fueling the need and the growth for data centers. And let's be frank here, this is a part of the economic future for Fairfax County, and we want to be a player in these areas. I look at my own district and was really surprised, and I think the chairman will recall, during the BRAC process, we approved additional square footage for buildings that would be connected to the government use. We thought there was going to be an opportunity for expansion of these buildings for contractors who were supporting Fort Belvoir. 2 office buildings got constructed, and they were more than 200,000 square feet. They ended up being vacant for over 7 years. So what that did was it reduced the opportunity for the county as it related to us collecting revenues. So if you look at the value of those buildings as they were office versus what they are now becoming, so those 2 office buildings have been taken down. They're being built with a data center that's 240,000 square feet. You look at the comparison between what the value was for the office building versus the data center, and that value has gone up more than 5 times. And then what you've seen with the value from a taxing standpoint, that's gone up over 10 times. So it just helps us kind of understand kind of the value for these economic development opportunities with data centers. And I'll say we have to appreciate the balance that has to be struck here. And I heard my colleagues talking about this earlier, and I agree fully with them. We've got to ensure that we're addressing kind of the issues around noise, and we've got to be sensitive to the environmental impacts and the visual. I mean, for me personally, whenever I'm driving through Loudoun County and looking at some of these structures, they're not the most attractive buildings to be looking at. So clearly, what we've done here in this ordinance is to address the issues around noise with setbacks and with enclosures. We've also talked about there's these issues around the environment that Supervisor Walkinshaw and others have kind of expressed as it relates to the follow-on motion. And I think the follow-on motion is so important in helping us to get answers and get some direction around those environmental issues. So I feel that this is a positive step in terms of addressing that balance. And I'm personally, supportive of what's been done. And I want to thank my colleagues, and I also want to thank Vice Chair for the work that she's done in pulling this together, because I know that this is a pretty Herculean effort. And again, just thinking about the future viability of the county, it's so important that we have opportunities to look for ways to expand the commercial tax base. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Other discussion? Supervisor Harity.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to keep this quick, and I'm going to maybe play off the two supervisors that spoke before me. But, it's interesting tonight how balanced the testimony was. The need for economic growth, the need for job opportunities, the need for revenue that Supervisor Luss kind of hit on and highlighted, and the need for protections for our neighborhoods, which Supervisor Walkinshaw pretty much listed. I'm not going to go through all the protections that he listed, but in our job, and it's a very difficult job, is to balance those two things. And it's where we are isn't exactly where I want to be. We've had conversations, but I think it's a good balance. I think a couple of things that weren't and I keep going to heavy industrial. These areas have been zoned to heavy industrial. You mentioned crematorium, yep. But you can also do junkyards. You can do warehouses. We're putting them where people that bought near them knew that was going to be heavy industrial, and we're putting a 200-foot buffer. So I think this strikes the right balance. I'll make another thing on generators. That the industry has come a long way on generators, and I think there's still a ways to go on generators. We still have to solve power, which is probably the biggest problem, and that's why the follow-on motions. I will ask, I believe, for one friendly amendment, and I didn't talk to you about this, on the follow-on motions. And this is a concern I brought up at the data center public hearing, and that is the absorption of our industrial that's going to go to data centers versus our total industrial. If that could just get added to whatever report comes back in 12 months, just so that we can look at the absorption of our I-5 and I-6, or actually all of our industrial. Might as well just make it all the industrial. If the seconders and Maker don't mind that, I think that would be useful. But I want to thank staff and Supervisor Smith. I think we've done the best we can at balancing amongst all of us. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Supervisor Stork.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And many things have been said that I'm very comfortable with. I'm going to try to make my summary in just a minute or two. I think the future is flexibility. I think this gives us some flexibility. I also look at the past and where we've been. Mount Vernon District has, I think, probably the largest number of I-5, I-6 and industrial properties in general. Not only do we have the tank farms, which everybody knows about, but we also have the sewage treatment plant, former landfills, you name it, we got it, and how those have evolved over time even. In fact, what you're going to be hearing more about, you've already heard about some of it, which is some of those industrial properties are getting repurposed now. Not only Lorton Prison, that's now a beautiful liberty and community, but also the work that we've done with Fairfax Peak and maybe having other things on our landfills. Those are all the kinds of flexibility, the kinds of things that we need to be open to and consider. Those are key parts of why I support this. I think I-5 and I-6 are heavy industrial. If you give me a choice of a tank farm or a data center, I think that's a pretty easy decision for most folks. But I also recognize that it is truly the balance that everybody's talked about here. And that balance, that year-long process that we've been involved with, and it's been actually more than a year that we've been involved with this, has come about, that balance has come about by the really intensive interactions, communications we've had, not only among ourselves, the Planning Commission, all of you, and just the voluminous letters, reports, motions, et cetera, that we've gotten. And I think we boiled that down to some key compromises and that is the word for some of these items, absolutely. But we've also set some key requirements, which is, I think, the other part of what we've done that differentiates us with maybe surrounding districts, is that we've set some standards that I think are reasonable and greater than what otherwise exists, and I think they will serve us well longer term, and clearly the follow-on motion is a way to monitor that and ensure that we protect what we've done, but also, more importantly, look at flexibility or other changes in the future that might enhance that even more. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alcorn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two quick things. First of all, in the follow-on motion, item B, talking about land use environmental elements of the policy plan, lists good things: water demand, water quality, air quality, noise, and other topics. I would ask, as staff looks at this, there's one topic that was brought up tonight that hasn't been mentioned yet, or maybe in passing by Supervisor Harity, and that's power generation. We had a speaker mention small modular reactors as likely necessary for powering data centers, basically, without overburdening the grid. That is absolutely critical. We need to be out in front of that and start looking at how that might fit within our comprehensive plan framework. On the other side, there's also fusion reactors. I was at the Committee for Dulles Breakfast last week, and the head of Dominion's power generation development was gushing about that and basically saying he thought that we truly are only a few years from that. That offers real promise for a whole lot of clean power. And that's something I would love to see our policy plan anticipate, and frankly, to see us in Fairfax County be out in front and right there with that really amazing change that's coming. So that's on the follow-on motion. On the main motion, I disagree with my colleagues. I would prefer a special exception for all data centers. But in the spirit of compromise, and to try to protect some of the 100 Mill residents that would be only 174 feet from a data center that's going into the Sully district, I would just like to focus on the provisions relating to previous approvals, also known as applicability or grandfathering. I think the Planning Commission got it right. It is a policy decision. The county attorney has affirmed that. I know we've already had some discussion on that. And this has been distributed to members of the board. But I would move to amend the main motion with respect to Amendment 1 provisions relating to previous approvals, and instead update subsection 2B to include the following language. Data centers. For all applications for rezonings and related development plans, special exceptions, site plans, or building permits that include a data center approved before September 11th, 2024, the applicant owner may continue under the previous approval. Subsequent plan and permit submissions may be accepted and new approvals may be granted, consistent with those prior approvals. Revisions to such prior approvals may be approved if they do not aggravate conflicts with this amendment, and so move.
Okay, you've heard the motion and a second by Supervisor Jimenez. Now we're going to, many of us haven't even spoken on the main motion yet, but now we're going to shift to the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Supervisor Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to start off by thanking both everyone in the audience and all of our speakers this evening, and all of the hard work that Supervisor Vice Chair Smith has done. I know the tireless work that's gone into all getting us to this point, so thank you. And thank you to Supervisor Alcorn for putting this forward. I'm seconding this motion because while I support the intent of the direction of the ordinance, there are additional steps I believe should be taken. Although this is a countywide ordinance, my focus is on the unique challenges Mason District residents are facing. These added measures would be critical in addressing concerns specific to our community and ensuring that future developments align with the standards we need to maintain the quality of life that our residents deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Jimenez. Further discussion on the amendment? Supervisor Walkinshaw.
I guess I have a question on the amendment. So, at least I'm assuming it's the amendment that you shared. So you're not making any change to subsection 1A. You're making the change, and you say update subsection 2B. Does that mean you're replacing the language that's currently in?
Yes, it's a substitute motion.
Okay, but only with respect to subsection B? 2B?
If I could ask staff, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. I think what you're doing is just substituting the one paragraph is your motion. So, and it only relates to subsection 2B, and the rest of the motion read by Supervisor Smith would, under your motion, remain the same.
Correct.
With the exception of the provisions relating specifically to 2B.
Got it. So okay. So you are replacing all of 1A in the motion, 1A and 1B with your language. Got it. Okay.
Okay. Further discussion? I think I appreciate the spirit in which the amendment was offered. I just recently saw this. And I know what the intent behind it is, and I appreciate that. I think the concern that I have is a couple-fold. One, as we had a conversation earlier with the zoning administrator, when the board adopts a zoning ordinance amendment that affects in a restrictive manner plans and applications that are in process, we either establish a delayed effective date, as we recently did with Parking Reimagined, or we permit them to be exempt from the new regulation. And my understanding is we do this typically obviously is general sense of fairness and concern that changing the rules for a pending application could prompt unnecessary challenges to all of the new regulations that we are considering here today. And we're aware that there are 4 pending site plans accepted prior to July 16th, which was referenced in the original motion, that could be exempt, and this is an atypically small number, as I mentioned earlier. We don't, this is a very unusual zoning ordinance amendment. 2 of the pending plans, Dulles Gateway and McLarian, meet the proposed standards that are in the motion. These applicants who have processed or in the process site plans meet the requirements. Should Supervisor Smith's original motion pass, they meet those. 2 of them don't. Word of Grace, it was referenced by Supervisor Alcorn, absolutely meets the building setback requirement under the new proposed motion that Supervisor Smith mentions, but its generators do not. It meets all the other standards that we are considering. At Starwood, the Starwood 500 meets all of the standards that are under consideration, except for the distance from Metro, which is 0.6 miles versus a mile under Supervisor Smith's motion, although I would point out 0.6 miles is further than the original staff recommendation of a half a mile. So it actually meets all of those standards except for the Metro one. The closest point of the building is 260 feet from residential, and the generator is 390 feet from residential. So actually in excess of what the new standards under the SC would be. And so we're not dealing here, in my mind, with a significant change above and beyond the criteria that's in Supervisor Smith's motion for us to go against what our precedent is in zoning ordinance amendments of this type and run the risk unnecessarily of potentially disrupting all of the other provisions that are in the zoning ordinance amendment that we are pursuing. We have seen recently that there are some people more interested in going to court than actually helping us solve these problems. And so we have to be mindful, and we've had conversations with council. We have to be mindful of the entire magnitude of the issues that we are discussing here. And I just don't feel like the delta between the pending site plans and the changes that are in Supervisor Smith's motion are significant enough for us to cause that type of precedential disruption in what our normal practice would be. And so for that reason, while I appreciate the amendment, I would have appreciated seeing it earlier, but while I appreciate the amendment, thankfully, we had already done a pretty clear check on the 6 pending plans that are in and compared them against what the recommendations are that we are hearing to move forward in the main motion. And so thankfully we had that data already for at least this one supervisor to be able to make that decision. Any other discussion on the amendment? Then we're going to go back to the main motion on the amendment. Supervisor Walkinshaw.
Yeah, and look, this is obviously a difficult issue. I agree with the chairman's comments that there's not much delta between these applications that are in the process and the standards that we're about to vote on. For me, and I've thought a lot about this and wrestled with this and met with a lot of the folks involved and passionate about it. For me, it would be a very high bar to change the rules in the middle of the game, which I think is what we would be doing. And look, I don't have any sympathy for data center developers, believe me. Probably none of us do. But if we could do it with respect to data centers, we set a precedent, and we could do it in other situations. Imagine for a moment a faith community that has passed the hat for a decade to raise money to try to expand their worship hall in a way that maybe reduces the setback that they have with their neighbors. And they raise money and invest money and hire architects based on the rules that exist. And they file an application, and their application is accepted. And they go through the process back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with our staff expending time and money and energy. And then we come along and change the rules and say, well, actually, we're going to change the zoning ordinance, and worship halls have to be circular. You can't build them that way anymore. And they've got to start over. I don't think any of us would think that was fair if it was our faith community that was in that situation or any other use. And despite the fact that I have no sympathy for data center developers, I do think we got to treat everybody fairly. And I think to change the rules in the middle of the process would not be doing that.
Thank you, Supervisor Walkinshaw. And I just want to add one other thing, then I'm going to turn to Supervisor Stork, because I did forget to mention this. I began tonight's public hearing reminding people why we're here. And I want to reiterate that for a moment, because if we were to do what the substitute motion prescribes, we would in fact be saying we're writing a zoning ordinance in reaction to pending plans that are in for data centers. And I want to reiterate, I started this process by board matter. I started this process because of what was happening in Loudoun and Prince William. Not because of what was happening in Fairfax County, but what was happening in Loudoun and Prince William. And we wanted to get ahead of that. When we write a zoning ordinance, we shouldn't be writing a zoning ordinance based on an application. We should be writing a zoning ordinance based on what is in the best interest of the county to apply to future actions that could be taken. This is one of the reasons the zoning ordinance is a living document. This is one of the reasons the zoning ordinance is not designed to chase an individual application. And I think it would be a disservice, myself, to take this entire process that we've gone through to try to come up with the best standards we can for data centers moving forward in Fairfax County, and then to try to overlay that over an instance or a plan that is pending right now is not the way we should be writing the zoning ordinance. We should be writing the zoning ordinance based on what we think is the best for the entire landscape of the county. What zoning districts matter, what the setbacks are, what all these things are that we put in place are not meant to chase an application, but are meant actually to have the purity of what we want to have in our living document that guides all future data center development. And so I just want to reiterate, because a lot of people have come up to me, as I mentioned earlier, and think this is in reaction to a case. We don't rewrite the entire zoning ordinance in Fairfax County, certainly not one of this magnitude, in reaction to a case. We do it in reaction to what's happening out there, what's happening around us, what we're seeing happening in other jurisdictions, and we try to get ahead of problems as best we can. Supervisor Stork.
And I literally was just going to add on to Supervisor Waukeshaw's comment, because I have a small business hat perspective, and there's no better way to kill a small business than to change the rules. I realize this isn't what we're talking about, but precedent and process that we follow is what makes us business friendly. It's what helps us to attract people here, because they understand that we're going to be consistent and hopefully flexible. I recognize in the situation that there is an impact, and whether it's as significant as the community believes, time will tell, but it's no doubt impact that's concerning to them. They absolutely understand why they're here, understand why they've spoken with us, and understand why they're wanting to see something done differently. But the differential doesn't outweigh the precedent that I think we'll be setting. So that's why I'm going to not support the substitute. Thank you.
So we're going to vote on the substitute, then we're going to go back to the main motion for further discussion, including for a couple of us that haven't spoken on the main motion yet. So all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Division, Supervisor Harity.
Harity, nay.
Stork, nay.
Alcorn, aye.
Palchik, nay.
Smith, nay.
Bierman, nay.
Walkinshaw, nay.
Lusk, nay.
Jimenez, aye.
And the chair votes nay, and the motion fails. We're back to the main motion, and I'm trying to remember who has not spoken on the main motion. I know myself has not. Has anyone else not spoken on the main motion and would like to? Okay. So let me just wrap up very briefly. I promise I won't take a lot of time here. I don't expect thank you notes from my colleagues for asking that we do this. But I will say this has been a very, very, very important exercise for us to go through. It hasn't been the most pleasant, but this is a tough, tough issue, and it's an issue that required and should have required our attention, the Planning Commission attention, the community's attention. And I will echo something Supervisor Harity said earlier, because I think it's really important. If you go back, and I went back and watched the Planning Commission hearing, as Supervisor Walkinshaw said he did, and then we sat here for the first public hearing, and we've sat here tonight and heard from nearly 70 people again. And at the end of the day, the testimony has been very balanced. And that tells me a lot about where we are, because there are folks who want us to do nothing. There was one person who even humorously said that the data industry was lobbying to make data centers easier and faster to approve, and that's why we were doing this. I tried not to laugh out loud, because what we're doing here is taking a quantum leap forward to put in place restrictions on data centers that come close as we can to meeting the concerns that people have raised with us about data centers. Nobody in the data industry came forward and said, Chairman McKay, would you start a study to figure out how you can put more regulations on our use? Not once did that happen. And so the reason we did this is because it is in the public's interest for us to figure out how we can get ahead of a problem that exists and is quite clearly apparent in the jurisdictions around us. And so that's why we started this process, and we did it the right way. People may disagree, but we did it the right way. We went out and we did a study. We looked at best practice. We looked all over the country. Our staff analyzed this for months on end. We've had plenty of meetings for discussion. We've had multiple public hearings. We've had input from many, many stakeholders to get to this point. What I would call the way we do business in Fairfax County is to try to hear as many different viewpoints as we possibly can and come together in something that substantially moves the needle forward. I don't expect many people to leave here today feeling like they won. But Fairfax County won because we came up with a new zoning ordinance, new language that does all the things my colleagues have mentioned, a quantum leap forward from the ordinance that this now will overtake. Specific language dealing with data centers, specific requirements on data centers, a specific analysis of existing data center uses and plans that are being processed, and a study of this moving forward. And as others have mentioned, the follow-on motion and some of the other actions that will be taken to deal with data centers. And I will quote, I'm not going to name this person, it probably wouldn't be hard to figure out, but one of my colleagues in a neighboring jurisdiction who was mentioned several times here today said, Jeff, I really wish we had done what you're doing 10 years ago before the data center boom happened in our jurisdiction, because you can't go back and undo that. What we are putting in place are zoning ordinance regulations that can guide data centers, that tell the data center industry, we want data centers, but we want them in the right place, we want them under the right conditions, and we want them as best we can establish in this zoning ordinance to protect the neighboring communities around them. No zoning ordinance is perfect. There's a lot of different layers here that are put in place. But anyone who walks out of here and doesn't think this is a quantum leap forward from where we were before, I would challenge you to go back and read the language, because it is a quantum leap forward, and it's the way the process is meant to work, and it is the way that Fairfax County comes together on a very difficult subject and is the responsible thing to do. Not do this hastily after all the horses are let out of the barn, which is what's happened around us, and then overreact and propose you're doing things that you haven't even done yet because you've damaged the community significantly already. We've seen that across the country, and we want to make sure that that's not the situation that we're in this particular case. And so I believe that this is the right, someone used the word balance. I wouldn't even use balance, because I think, if anything, this is imbalanced. And it's imbalanced in favor of protections, and it's imbalanced in favor of environmental standards that are supreme compared to most any other jurisdiction. But as some of my colleagues mentioned, it also acknowledges that this is an important industry, and it's an industry like every industry that deserves a place in our zoning ordinance somewhere. This will become perhaps the most regulated. It was mentioned earlier. This is the most significant setback that exists anywhere else in our zoning ordinance. The zoning districts that this is allowed in by right are very small compared to the by right allowances for a lot of other uses. And so when you look at that in its totality, and you've been doing this for a while, you can see that very clearly. And so I do want to thank the staff for the work that they've done on this, because this has been literally the folks who are here in front of us, their life's work for the last year. As I mentioned earlier, this is a living document. The board can always amend the zoning ordinance. In this particular case, we've gone through a comprehensive, exhausting process to do that I believe at the end of the day is fair to the people involved, and sends a message that Fairfax County is continuing to do what it does well, which is take differing viewpoints and try to come up with a solution as best we can to resolve as many of those as we can. And with that, I will support the main motion and thank my colleagues as well. With that, if there's not further discussion, all those in favor
Mr.
of...
Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to be sure that for the record that we're absolutely clear what the board is about to vote on, and whether you've now combined the follow-on motion with the substantive motion regarding the zoning order.
We are going to vote on the motion, and then we are going to vote on the follow-on motion separately.
Thank you.
And the motion as amended with the friendly amendment, I'm sorry, that's in the substitute motion, the friendly amendment's in the substitute motion. So a follow-on motion. And so we are voting on the main motion that Supervisor Smith made, and then we will vote on the follow-on motion. All those in favor of the main motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Any abstentions? No. And that motion passes 8-2. Now we will vote on the follow-on motion with the friendly amendment offered by Supervisor Harity that was agreed to by the maker and the seconder of the motion. All those in favor of the follow-on motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And the follow-on motion is passed 10-0. And if there is no additional business to come before the board, that marks the conclusion of a very long board meeting that began at 9:30 this morning, and the board is adjourned.